We now come to notices of motion. Does any member wish to give a notice of motion? Yes, Honorable Mashile.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates the impact of illegal or undocumented foreign nationals on our socio-economic conditions. I so move.
Thank you. Any further notices without motion? Does any member wish to give the notice of a motion? Yes, Honorable Dunja.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, it discuss, debate the improvement of saving water in our country. So I move.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the EFF that in its next sitting, the House debates the persistent practice by wine farm owners in the Northern and Western Cape who continue to pay farm workers in a plastic bag with a piece of paper with their name and farm grocery shop debt written on it. The amount already deductible, some alcohol, and as a result, many farm workers take home less than 20 rand of their wage.
Yes, Honorable Member.
I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, the House debates the long-term and potentially job-jeopardizing impact of imposing a 10% duty on steel imports.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of EFF that in its next sitting, the House debates the importance of building state and government capacity, which will lead to the abolishment of tenders, considering the 500 billion, almost half of the annual budget is spent through inefficient and poorly administered tender system. And it is poor people who suffer the most. I so move.
Thank you. Honorable Kekana.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that the House in its next sitting debate the NSFAS funding framework and student bursary allocation to align with government allocation so as to avoid late treasury allocation to students.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Member at the back.
Thank you, Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the 2.8 billion rands of misappropriated funds at PRASA.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Member.
I rise on behalf of the EFF to move that in its next sitting, the House debates the development of a technology university whose primary focus will be technological innovation to lead the industrial development requirements of the country. I so move.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House, at its next sitting, debates the water supply problems experienced by the Mangaung Metropolitan Municipality and the insistence of the ANC-controlled council to address this by building a pipeline from the Garib Dam, despite the availability of sustainable alternatives at a much lower cost. I so move.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates ways to stabilize the labor environment, improving disputes resolution and shop floor relations. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I rise on behalf of the EFF to move that in its next sitting, the House debates developing standards for our hospital and other health institutions to ensure that they are run by properly qualified personnel with adequate healthcare experience.
Thank you. Yes, honourable member.
I rise on behalf of the EFF to move that in its next sitting, the House debates the implementation of a minimum wage of 4,500 for all domestic workers in South Africa who continue to suffer gross dehumanization working in the homes of those who once enslaved us.
Thank you. Yes, honourable member.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I rise on behalf of the EFF that in its next sitting, the House debates the National Treasury and SARS approach towards tax avoidance, which serves to protect the multinational corporation profits and blame following of the dictates of the OECD practices that makes it easy for multinational corporations to avoid taxes. I so move.
Thank you. Honourable members, we now come to motions without notice. Are there any members with motions? Okay, honourable members, please be alert and up and about. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I hereby move on behalf of ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates empowering of people with disabilities so as to reduce inequality and poverty affecting them. I move.
Thank you. Yes, honourable member. We are still on notices without motion. Sorry? Hang on a little bit. Is there still anybody else with a notice without motion? So that, go ahead. Notice of motion, rather. Yes, Honourable Kubisa.
Yes, Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the NFP, I rise to move that on the next sitting day of the House discusses the spate of road accidents in our region. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now over. We're moving to motions without notice. Go ahead, Ndata.
The ANC moves without notice that the House notes with sadness the passing of legendary actor Roland Mkwebu from renal failure at the Ithwekwini Heart Hospital and Heart Center on Friday, 28 August 2015. Further notes that the 74-year-older is known for his role as Ntate Mkhize on SABC's one classical sitcom, Emzini Wezinsizwa. 3, acknowledges that Ntate Mkhize was really passionate about his acting career and has appeared in different sitcoms, including Shaka Zulu. 4, believes that this departure is a loss to the arts and culture fraternity, as he was one of the remaining legends who shared their knowledge and mentor the youth. 5, conveys condolences to his wife, Pinky Mwebu, and their 4 children. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
Condolences to the family, but we object to the opportunistic conduct of the ANC. Thank you.
Motions fall away. Yes, Honourable Member, in the back.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The ANC moves without notice that the House notes the success of the people of Kala Reserve in the Eastern Cape. This happened when they successfully challenged the decision by the royal family, the MEC for local government and traditional affairs, and the Premier to impose a headman on this community. The people of Kala Reserve had made their choice of the headman in the name of Gideon Sitwai, whose name had been rejected by the royal family, MEC for local government and traditional affairs, and the Premier. Further, note that the judgment by the Bisho High Court that the headman chosen by the people should be recognized is appreciated. The people of Kala Reserve had spoken. People should govern, power to the people, not to the authorities. The customary law should be upheld, not violated by the authorities. I so move. Thank you.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
The ANC objects. Thank you.
Okay. Next. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the NFP without notice that this House notes that 5 people were arrested at OR Tambo International Airport after being found with undeclared currency totaling 73.2 million by officials of the South African Revenue Services on Friday, the 28th of August. Further notes that 5 suspects were passengers who were scheduled to leave South Africa on United Arab Emirates flight to Dubai. And finally notes that the arrest is as a result of earlier risk profiling by SARS custom officials who had identified the passengers. Wherefore, we call upon this House to commend the officials of SARS for timeously identifying the suspects and effecting the arrest, and encourage all custom officials to remain vigilant to counter the illegal flight of undeclared currency from South Africa. I so move.
If there are no objection, I put the motion.
Speaker, I object to the repetition of newspaper reports.
Next. Yes, Honorable Member, I'll come to you. Go ahead, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes with great sadness the passing of our friend, brother, and the Shadow Minister of Public Works, Honourable Kenneth Mubu MP, in the early hours of Monday morning. Further notes that before joining the DA Parliamentary Caucus, Honourable Mubu served as the Director for Africa at the International Relations and Partnerships Directorate at the University of Pretoria. Acknowledges that Honourable Mubu was born in Lusaka, Zambia, holds a BA in Education from the University of Zambia, an MA in Journalism and Public Relations from Ball State University, and a postgraduate diploma in Management from Leicester University, as well as a certificate in Public Relations Management from the Public Relations Institute of South Africa. Fourthly, that Honourable Mubu's contribution to building South Africa's constitutional democracy through the various roles he held in his lifetime and the DA presence in the Greater Pretoria region will never be forgotten and will be built upon by generations to come. That this House sends condolences to his family, especially his wife, Nombolelo, and children, Kenneth Jr. and Tari. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
Deputy Speaker, with the sincerest apology and condolences to the family, the EFF objects.
On order. Point of order.
Honorable members.
Floyd, you're out of order.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable Maimani. Honorable Maimani, please take your seat. No, take your seat, honorable member. Be orderly. No, take your seat, honorable member. Please take your seat, honorable members. Let's proceed. Yes, honorable member.
I was raising on a point of order.
What's your point of order, honorable member?
The point of order is that the DA must not do that to
That's not a point of order.
Tonga Floyd, hey Floyd,
Honorable Shivambo.
Tonga, nonsense yourself. That's wrong. That's nonsense.
Honorable Shivambo, take your seat.
That's nonsense even yourself. That's wrong. Oh. We're not scared of you.
Order.
Floyd,
order.
that's nonsense. Floyd,
Order.
that's nonsense.
Honorable members, Honorable Banga, take your seats. Honorable members, I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that this matter was referred to the subcommittee of the rules to deal with. It comes up again. Honorable Didiza raised his appeal to members of this House to set this matter out urgently, and I think the subcommittee on rules is operating at the pace of a village cow. Can you please move quicker so that we have this resolved? Yes, honorable member, you're on the floor. No, the member in the back, I'll come to you.
I move without notice on behalf of United Democratic Movement
that the House notes that Sunette Fedyun, a 31-year-old javelin thrower who represented South Africa in the 2015 IAF Athletes in Beijing, has won a bronze medal during the finals on Sunday. Further notes that she is the only female winner from the South African team that participated in the IAF 2015 Athletes held in Beijing to add medal 3 in our pocket. Recognizes that the category was tough this year. On her 5th attempt, Fedyun threw 65.79 meters, which was overtaken by 66.13 meters thrown by Liu from China. Her excitement was short-lived by German thrower Katrina, who threw 67.69 meters to snatch the gold and break the world's longest record. We congratulate her for her achievement and closing South Africa's Women Month with a big smile. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
Deputy Speaker, we congratulate, but the EFF objects.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the EFF to move without notice that the House note that Mr. Lekgasomolo was traveling from Gauteng to Limpopo province in Zebediel, Mokopong village, when a taxi driver by the name of Vose Lekgwabe asked him this: "Gobaneng wa apere diaparo tsa setlaela se Julius Malema?" Mr. Molo then replied that it was his right to wear as he pleases. Further note that the assailant started assaulting the victim in front of his colleagues and passengers and left the victim unconscious. Acknowledge that Mr. Molo's uncle opened a case of assault and grievous bodily harm at Makhatle Satellite Office, and the police visited him at Polokwane Provincial Hospital. Further note that the police promised to visit him at home because his conditions was very bad and Mr. Lekgaso could have died. Mr. Molo believes that his ancestors protected him, expressed shock and disgust by the conduct of Captain Sekotlong, who withdrew the case without victim's knowledge. The House to further note that the call by the Minister of Higher Education, Honorable Nzimande, when he called the Young Communist Party to kill the EFF, is the root cause of ANC-sponsored assaults, political intolerance, and violence towards EFF members.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
Yeah, no objection.
Motion falls away. All right.
Object.
Yes, Honourable Member?
I object.
Okay, yes. Honourable Member, right at the back there. Oh, sorry, I'll come to you. I'm sorry, yeah.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party, I move without notice that the House extends its deepest condolences on the brutal killing of a woman in Amanzimtoti, south of Durban. We note that the woman had 2 hand grenades thrown at her, allegedly by her own husband at their home. We further note that this is a particularly sad and completely unacceptable. It is unacceptable that women continue to suffer domestic physical abuse. We also acknowledge that this all took place during Women's Month, whose mandate is to celebrate, empower, protect, and advance women's rights. And we call on the public and the relevant authorities to be of assistance in the apprehension of the perpetrator, who is still at large. Thank you.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, we send condolences, but we object.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the ACDP, I move without notice that the House notes with concern that a municipal official received a 5-year suspended sentence for the abduction and rape of a 14-year-old girl in Makwasi Township because he pleaded guilty to the charge. Further notes that the perpetrator has been behind bars since October last year for for setting an ANC councillor's house alight and still gets paid his monthly salary. Takes cognizance of the anger and fears expressed by the teenager whom the accused reportedly abducted at gunpoint and then drove in a municipal truck to a stadium in Makwasi, where he locked her in a room and raped her. Regrets that despite the efforts of Childline Northwest, who sought the intervention of the Center for Child Law to appeal the sentence with the National Prosecuting Authority, that they are not in a position to take the matter on appeal, as appeals in criminal matters are at the discretion and behest of the prosecution. Therefore calls on the state to appeal the conviction and sentence imposed on this municipal official who failed to be a good example to the community. Move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
Object.
Objection. Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. A motion on the death of 35 bus passengers in the Eastern Cape. The ANC moves without notice that the House 1 notes with sadness the death of 35 bus passengers on the R408 between Butterworth and Willowvale in the Eastern Cape, when a bus driver lost control of the vehicle on a winding road on Saturday, the 29th August 2015. Further notes that only 9 passengers who survived the horror accident were sent to different hospitals in the Eastern Cape. Believes that the passengers were transported from a nearby rural area to the town of Butterworth when the bus fell into a cliff. Acknowledges that some of the victims were trapped inside the bus for a long time before the rescue operation started, and conveys condolences to the families of all those who died in the horrific accident and wishes the injured passengers a speedy recovery. Thank you.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. Okay, motion falls away. Yes, Honourable Member.
We object.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, you have made the observation that the Rules Committee is working at a...
On a point of order, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, on a point of order.
Don't interrupt another member while speaking. Take your seat.
We are rising on a point of order, Deputy Speaker.
He requested to speak. I allowed him to speak. You will get a chance to speak.
Deputy Speaker, you made an observation that the Rules Committee is working at a snail's pace. And now all political parties in this House are represented in that committee, which is not making progress. And now we continue to use a rule which leads us to an exercise in futility. And why should these matters be on the order paper when we know that there is not going to be an outcome? We are making this House a laughing stock.
Yeah.
So I think that this matter should not be before this House.
Honourable Muteja, as we said, please, all political parties are instructed from the chair to speed up the handling of the matter, and I would like us to go back to this. Honourable Chivambo.
No, Deputy Speaker, I wanted to quickly address what was said by the member who just sat down now, that there is nothing which is against the rule which is happening in this House. Everything else that is happening in this House is as per the rules of the National Assembly. So there is nothing untoward here. We are allowed as political parties to object to motions, and if there is no unanimous concurrence on motions, they fall off. That is the practice of this House. We don't agree with the motions, and we have the right, protected by these rules, to protect and object to some of the motions that are being read here. So let us not shortcut processes. If you want to change the rules, go and do it. You do it every day. you change rules for convenience purposes, go ahead and do it. You pass the rule here that says must be assaulted, and we let you do it. Allow us to do what we're doing here. Don't impose on us things that are not as per the rules of the National Assembly. Let us abide by the rules, all of us, up until such a time that the rules have been changed. As things stand, it's so far so good. Thank you very much.
Take a chance, Honourable Member.
Point of order.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Deputy Speaker, I think it's very important to acknowledge that in a House of Parliament, there are rules that are written and there are rules that are unwritten. These form part of what is called the precedence of the House, tradition of the House. And I want to say to you, I think this House has reached probably its lowest point yet. When a single party can object to the condolence motion of a fellow member of Parliament who's passed away. So whilst we have written rules, there are also unwritten rules of human decency, compassion, and care for fellow man. And it's very clear that the nasty party has none of that.
Yes.
Objection.
Honourable members.
Point of order, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker.
Honourable members.
Yeah, you can clap together. You vote together. They can clap. Let them, yeah, do it. Yeah, you vote together. I will show you the middle finger if you do that. Deputy Speaker, I'm rising on a point of order.
What's your point of order, sir?
The Honorable Chief Whip of the DA here has actually insulted members at this side. He calls us a Nazi or a nasty party. Can you please rule on that, whether it is parliamentary or not? Otherwise, we are not going anywhere with this House today. Please.
Honourable members, that's a political statement, I'm afraid. Honourable member, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes on Wednesday, the 26th August 2015, a peace deal was signed in South Sudan, Juba, marking an end to a 20-month military conflict in South Sudan. Also note that the peace deal was signed between rebel leader and former Deputy President Riek Machar and South Sudan President Salva Kiir. Further notes that the 20-month conflict had 1.6 million people displaced, 600,000 fled to neighboring countries, 200,000 sought refuge in United Nations base, and 4.6 million face famine. 4 acknowledges that at least 7 ceasefires have been agreed to and shattered since the conflict started 20 months ago. 5 call for calm and acceptance of the peace deal and all partners to ensure that the deal's conditions are adhered to fully to ensure a long-lasting peace in South Sudan. 6 congratulates the people of Sudan and the stakeholders involved in the peace deal negotiations and wish them all success for the long, peaceful road ahead. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
Speaker, no one must take these useless people serious, so we object.
Yes, Honourable Member at the back.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I move without notice on behalf of the United Democratic Movement that the House notes that a 23-year-old Anna Socio-economic, hailing from Pakamisa Township in the Eastern Cape, took on the best in the world and succeeded. Further notes that he made this history on a day after compatriot Wade van Niekerk won gold in the 400-meter final at the IAAF World Championships and shared the podium with none other than the record holder of the world, the Jamaican, Usain Bolt. Acknowledges that Jobodwana broke the South African record for the event, finishing in 19.97 seconds and securing a bronze medal. Further acknowledge that it has been 65 years since a South African athlete won an international championship sprint medal. Thanks to Van Niekerk and Jobodwana, the country now has 2. congratulates Jobodwana for his outstanding performance that has put our country on top of the world. Further congratulates his coach and management team for a job not only well prepared for, but well executed. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
We congratulate the young people, but we object.
Okay. Yes, Honorable Member.
The ANC moves without notice that the House notes with sadness the passing of Northern Cape Education MEC Griselda Boniwe Kiekela Lutsulo at the age of 45 on Thursday, 27 August 2015, after a short illness. Recalls that the comrade Zaza, as he was affectionately known, was the provincial chairperson of the ANC Women's League in Northern Cape and also served in the NEC of the Women's League. 3, acknowledges that she began her service in the province as a regional secretary to the ANC Youth League and steadily climbed the ranks to Deputy Speaker of the Provincial Legislature among her many achievements. Believes that her passing at such a young age is a tremendous loss to the people of the province and the country at large, and conveys heartfelt condolences to the family, friends, and colleagues of Comrade Griselda. I so move.
If there are no objections, I
There's an
put the
objection.
motion.
Those are internal matters of the African National Congress. Who object?
Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just want most humbly to draw the attention of all honorable members that when we meet in this house, we meet at the cost of the taxpayer. And we cannot come here and just do what we are doing now. Thank you.
On a point of order, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, on a point of order.
Yes, what's your point
It's
of order?
out of order, totally out of order for that member to stand up and grandstand in this house. There is nothing that we are doing as the EFF that is outside the rules of Parliament. For us to object the motion or accept, it is within our right. So for her to come and grandstand here is totally out of order.
Yes, Honorable Member. Come to you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. A motion on the death of 9 passengers next to Craddock. The ANC moves without notice that the House, 1, notes with sadness the death of 9 passengers when a minibus taxi overturned on the R61 between Craddock and Graafrenet in the Eastern Cape on Saturday, 29th August 2015. Further notes that 5 other passengers were injured and taken to hospital. Acknowledges that a child has died in the accident and conveys condolences to the families of the deceased passengers and wish the injured people a speedy recovery. I so move. Thank you.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
Condolences to the families. We object.
Yes. Yes, Honorable Member.
I rise on behalf of the EFF to move without notice that the House note and to acknowledge all security guards, domestic and garden workers in Alexandra who came in thousands to interact with their only trusted leadership who represent the best interest at all times. Note that unlike the other racist party, a fascist party, which claim to acknowledge the plight of the domestic workers, but when they go back to their comfortable homes, they still treat these domestic workers the same way they used to treat them during apartheid, and still force them to carry dorm passes like they used to do in the past, just to enter their suburbs, and treat their fellow members of parliament like they treat their own domestic workers. The CIC, the president of the Economic Freedom Fighters, President Julius Malema, the president in waiting of this country, spent the Sunday afternoon listening to security guards, domestic workers, garden workers, not making false of 2026 vision promises to the people who have waited for 20 years not to go to bed hungry. Recognizes that domestic workers continue to work long hours, paid badly, and are treated like slaves. Further acknowledges that it is domestic workers all over the country, in suburbs, in townships, and rural areas, who are left with the responsibility to raise many of their children and yet continue to be disrespected. Call on the Department of Labor to convene all stakeholders, in particular domestic workers, to revisit the current prescribed minimum wages, which many employers don't adhere to, and increase wages of domestic workers to a decent living wage. Further call for an increased number of inspectors to domestic workers' places of work to inspect working conditions. The future of this country belongs to those who work it now, who prepares it now, and those are the children of the domestic workers. So I move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. Yes, ma'am.
We object to the opportunist motion.
Yes, honorable member at the back.
I rise on behalf of the EFF to move without notice that the House knows the selling of RDP houses in Ward 50 and 164 in Nelson Mandela Metro find the violence against honest and committed members of the community who lead the charge to expose corrupt activities, despicable and shocking. Acknowledge the death of 7 family members of the same family who died as a result of lack of proper housing in Ward 60. Send our deepest condolences to the family who lost their loved ones due to a tragic event that could have been prevented had the ANC government prioritized building houses over corruption. Call on for speedy delivery of decent housing to restore dignity of millions of our people who suffer as they continue to be homeless and landless throughout the country. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
Objection.
We object.
Okay. Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Deputy
The honorable
Speaker.
member at the back there, please. I'll come to you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson.
The, honorable
Oh.
Gomo, you would be doing that the second time. Let him speak. You'll get a chance.
Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the National Freedom Party, I move without notice that this Honorable House knows that the 20th World Transplant Games was hosted in Mar del Plata, Argentina from the 23rd to the 30th of August 2015, and also knows that 46 athletes who are organ transplant recipients represented South Africa in this year's World Transplant Games, and further knows that Team South Africa was placed third out of the 44 competing countries, and finally knows that our athletes won a staggering total of 89 medals, 41 gold, 24 silver, and 24 bronze in a variety of events. Wherefore, we call upon this Honorable House to congratulate the transplant athletes of Team South Africa who have won medals and achieved overall third position amongst all the countries competing at this year's World Transplant Games, and express its admiration for the athletes who had overcome difficult circumstances to compete and who returned triumphantly to South Africa on Tuesday, the 1st of September, 2015. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
The EFF object.
Yes, honorable member at the back.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters to move without notice that the House notes the remarks passed by the President of the ANC, Jacob Zuma, on the occasion of the commercial launch of the Medupi Power Station's Unit 6 in Lephalale, Limpopo Province on Sunday. Further notes that President Zuma, commenting about the economy, said that his government was in the business of running the country and the private sector is in the business of running the economy. Acknowledges that these treacherous remarks while a confirmation of the ANC's position on the economy for many years, and therefore not surprising, these were a unique acknowledgement by the leader of the ANC that his party has all but abandoned its development role and is content with scavenging for crumbs from the tables of white monopoly capital. Further acknowledges that these remarks were of a person who has lost all hope, lost all sense of direction, lost all vision for the country, who is now appealing to white monopoly capital. Many died fighting against, to come to the rescue of the economy. Further notes that these comments by the economics literate president once and for all dealt with the ANC's doublespeak on the economy, dispelled that myth of this being a developmental state, and should have shattered the hopes of communists in the alliance if they were still there. Calls on President Zuma to thank his lucky stars that the only communists he has left in the alliance are the likes of Blade Nzimande, from whom we are still waiting an explanation of where he was in the struggle for national liberation. Further calls on the few remaining genuine voices of the reason in the ANC, the outgoing governing party, to abandon that ship before it sinks further into obscurity. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. Yes, Honourable Member. Objection. Okay. Honourable Nkomo.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I think just before I put in the motion, I would just like to state that as the IFP, we support the statement which was said by Honourable Sheila, as well as the statement which was made by the DA.
On a point of order, Deputy Speaker.
On behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party, I hereby move, without notice, that the House congratulates Nishani Harinarain, who is not just the first woman, but the very first person to graduate with a PhD in constructive management from the University of KwaZulu-Natal. We further note that the 35-year-old mother of two is a phenomenal woman who entered the male-dominated industry of quality surveying years ago. We further note that in the last 10 years, there has been a steady growth in the number of females entering the program and making inroads in the industry. And we acknowledge that this is a great accomplishment and a great addition to the much-needed increase to the number of PhD graduates in this country. We further acknowledge that this is a great example of an inspirational woman, and more so as we come to the end of the Women's Month. We wish Ms. Harinarain more success in her future endeavors and encourage more people to accomplish what she has. Ungasukuma-ke sis.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
Deputy Speaker, we congratulate her, but we object. And it's not a surprise that you are supporting the ANC. You always do. So, Honorable Nkomo, don't come here and tell us that you are supporting which motion. If a motion is objected to, it falls off.
Honorable Member. Yes, Honorable Member at the back. Yes.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The economic freedom fighters rise to move without notice that the House notes the EFF Students' Command contested SRC elections for the very first time since its establishment on June 16, 2015. Notes on the 27th of August, the EFF Student Command contested elections in 5 of the Tshwane University of Technologies campuses across 3 provinces. Note that the EFF Student Command, which is barely 3 months old, received nearly as many votes as the 21-year-old SASCO in all campuses except TUT Mbombela, where there was cross-election maladministration. Further notes that all opposition student structures have filed for a rerun of election in TUT Mbombela, and it would be irresponsible for the institution to overlook this request. Highly condemns the physical assault of EFF Student Command leaders, the intimidation of the EFF Student Command members, the vandalism of their property, and the dirty, thuggish election tactics used by SASCO before and during and after elections. Condemns TUT management's protection of SASCO hooligans and its victimization and persecution of EFF Student Command leaders through unfair suspensions in an attempt to ensure they do not qualify to be in the SRC. Further condemns the ruling party's interference in students' politics and their draconian disregard of law, which has since trickled down to its student bodies. Further condemns how the ruling party, through management, its student bodies and campus security have turned institutions of education into mini apartheid states where draconian apartheid tactics are used to silence the opposition, including attempted murder. Declares that no one can intimidate or suspend an idea whose time has come. SASCO has long reached its sell-by date, and students have affirmed this. Further declares that the students are hungry for change. They are tired of neoliberal, anti-black education system, which is all about making profits than educating the African child. Extends its gratitude to all the students who are giving EFF Student Command a chance to lead them, and promises we won't disappoint them. Further declares that the EFF Student Command will have presidents and all other strategic portfolios in all TUT campus. I so move.
There are no objections. I put the motion.
We object.
Yes, honourable member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters without notice that the House notes the ongoing corruption in the Northern Cape municipalities, particularly Gasigonyana local municipality. Further notes that the rural development note that was loudly held up by the ANC government, which was promoted by the former President Thabo Mbeki, has collapsed. That Gasigonyana municipality and its twin sister Joe Morolong municipality were identified as important rural development nodes that will be piloted to showcase measures to take the poor rural communities out of hunger. Acknowledges that sadly, under the corrupt administration of President Zuma, the municipality is now serving as an ATM of corrupt ANC leaders, including the ANC Secretary of the Northern Cape Province, Zamani Saul. Further acknowledges that the municipality is now infamous recipients of disclaimer audit opinions from the Auditor General for 8 years in a row. Notes that the poorest people of Gasigonyana and Kuruman have been hard hit by the effects of the cadre deployment and corruption courtesy of the ANC. Further note that the municipality was systematically destroyed by the criminal intent in a form of cronyism, corruption, and cadre deployment. We call on the Minister of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs, if he has a courage of his own conviction, to place the Gasigonyana municipality under administration, because the corrupt MEC of Cocta in the Northern Cape, Alvin Bottas, will not do so. I so.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
We object.
Honourable members, the next item. Yes, honourable member.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters to move without notice that the House knows the living condition of people working at the grape farms in Kakamas in the Northern Cape Province. Note that these are men and women who left their families to seek for employment in these farms, hoping to receive a living wage. Note that the white racist farmers continue to generate huge income, yet exploiting the poor people. Further notes that this type of behavior cannot be tolerated. We call on government to investigate living conditions in all Northern Cape grape farms. Further calls on government to investigate the remuneration of farm workers in all Northern Cape grape farms and charge all those not complying with government's wage proposals. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
We object.
The next item on the order paper is member statements. Does any member of the ANC wish to make a statement? Yes, Honorable Bam.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The ANC welcomes the official opening of the Unit 6 of the Medupi Power Station by the President Jacob Zuma and the leadership of ESCOM in the Limpopo town of Lipalale this past Sunday. This is a significant step in our efforts to ensure that the country has sufficient energy sources to meet the demand and supply to all households and stakeholders in the economy. The unit was first synchronized to the national grid on 2 March 2015, and it will now provide an additional 795 megawatts to our national grid. This will assist ESCOM not to resort to load shedding when faced with high electricity demands. We applaud the government and the leadership of ESCOM for delivering Unit 6 of Medupi, and we call on them to continue working to ensure that the entire power comes on full stream in 2019 as planned. Siyaqhuba.
Yeah.
Deputy Speaker, the Democratic Alliance is shocked by the behavior of the EFF Alliance students at the Elsenburg Agricultural College today. Yesterday, the students put locks on the doors of the classrooms and stopped other students from entering the breakfast rooms. Today, these same students arrived at the college armed with shamboks and a fight broke out at the campus. We received a complaint by one of the students that were hit with a shambok this morning. We respect students' rights to protest about language policies and other issues, but this thuggish behavior must be condemned in the strongest terms. Thank you.
EFF.
Speaker, we object.
Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker,
Yes,
I think perhaps the nasty party needs some guidance on the rules. You can't object to a member statement.
Yes. EFF. Honorable members,
point of order,
can we have the EFF statement?
Speaker, I want to correct that.
No.
That is
Can we have a statement
Deputy
from
Speaker.
the EFF?
Deputy Speaker.
We need a statement from you, sir.
No. On a point of order. Please don't allow this racist party to refer to the EFF as a nasty party. It's not parliamentary to do so.
Honorable member, please, let's have a statement from
Please
the
don't allow
EFF.
the racist party to refer to us as a nasty party. Please, it's not allowed to do so.
No, look at it this way, honorable member. Listen to your own language. So how do I make a ruling on that? Can we avoid that? Let's go into the statements. Yes, go ahead, honorable member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Kwinyanga ezimbalwa ezidlulileyo saphakamisa umba waseMagwathi elusikisiki eMpuma Koloni. Apho abasebenzi begqiba inyanga ezilishumi elinesithathu ngoku besebenza kodwa bengahlawulwa. Umphathiswa wezolimo umnumzana Senzeni Zokwana waze apha wathi thina singabe EFF sithetha ubuxoki. Siphuma apha elusikisiki ngoku kule veki ephelileyo apho abantu besalila khona ngokungahlawulwa kwabo. Uthini urhulumente ngalento? Uminister Senzeni Zokwana wathi bathethile nosomashishini ngento yaseMagwa. Okwesibini wathi abantu bayabhatalwa. Abantu abadala abasebenza kula fama bayabhubha kukuhlukumezeka emiphefumlweni ngoba abakwazi ukubhatala amatyala wabo. Omnye umzali umntwana uphumile esikolweni ngenxa yokuba umzali wakhe akanamali kodwa yonke imihla uvuka aye emsebenzini athi uyophangela. Bagqibela ukufumana inhlawulo yabo ngoJulayi kulonyaka ophelileyo. Ukutsho namhlanje ababhataleki kodwa wona umsebenzi awumanga kuyasetyenzwa. Kangangokuba iza kuvunwa ithi apha kuSeptember. Urhulumente sikhala ngemisebenzi engekhoyo kodwa le seyikho kudlalwe ngabantu. Sicela bancede abasebenzi
Sesiphelile
basemapha.
isikhathi sakho, honorable member.
Ndiyabulela.
ANC.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, the ANC welcomes the development and service delivery at Ndwedwe in KwaZulu-Natal. Sikhuluma nje manje kunezindlu ezakhiwa uhulumeni eziyinkulungwane ezinhlanu. Kulezi zindlu eziyinkulungwane ezinhlanu eziyinkulungwane ezimbili namashumi amane seziphelile. Makhulu ayisishiyagalombili seziya ekupheleni. Siyaqinisekisa futhi ukuthi isabelo sezimali salezindlu ezisasele sikhona. Kanti nezindlu zangasese ziyakhiwa kuleya ndawo. Ngikhuluma nje umkhandlu weLembe sewuthe uzongeza izindlu zangasese eziyinkulungwane ngoba baningi abantu abafikayo kule ndawo yaseNdwedwe bezokwakha khona. Futhi kulesikhathi sekwakhiwe isiteshi sagesi laphana eNdwedwe ngo-2013, ugesi ubulokhu uqhubeka ufakwa. Ngikhuluma nje manje ugesi ufakwa emawadini uward 6, uward 10, uward 11, 12, 13 kanye noward 15. Kanti futhi nemigaqo liyafakwa itiyela lapha endaweni yaseNdwedwe. uP100, uP712 noP14 ufakwa itiyela. Kanti kunamabridge amabili umcathu nomona akhiwayo futhi kuleya ndawo.
Sesiphelile isikhathi sakho,
Siyabonga.
uhloniphile. IFP.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. High port charters in respect of the export of value-added goods, compounded by serious inefficiency in rail and airport freight logistics, are hurting our export industry. The cost of export of value-added tradable goods has for some time been higher than both the cost of export of primary commodities and the import of tradable goods. It's common knowledge that South Africa's port charters are amongst the highest in the world. The regulator recently found tariffs for the port of Durban, for example, to be 874% above the global average in respect of container handling fees. Transnet Port Authority has also recently called for a tariff hike to fund its 2.4 billion capital expenditure plan and further 57 billion to expand its port terminals. Astronomically high tariffs do not foster growth in an already struggling economy. What does the Minister intend doing to assist export-driven business in South Africa? I thank you.
Thank you. FF Plus.
Agbare adjunkspeaker, die Vryheidsfront Plus betreur die gebeure wat plaasgevind het by die Elsenburg Landbou College in Stellenbosch gister en vandag. Dit was gister deur die hoofse kantoor mondelings direk aan my verseker dat die veiligheid van die dosente en studente gewaarborg sal word. Met die gebeure van vanoggend is dit baie duidelik dat hulle nie in staat is om hulle veiligheid te beskerm nie. Dit nadat daar studente opgedaag het in rooi oorpakke en sambokke en medestudente aangerand, geslaan en aangeval het. Ons doen 'n beroep op die provinsiale sowel as die nasionale regering omdat hulle teleurgestel het om nie betyds op te tree om die probleem by Elsenburg College op te los nie, om daadwerklik op te tree en die konflikte ontlont, sowel as die minister van polisie, om in te gryp en doodseker te maak dat mense se veiligheid gewaarborg word. Ons doen ook 'n beroep op die bestuur van die Elsenburg College om sodanig op te tree om ongemagtigde studente die kampus te weier en saam te werk met die polisie, want dit is die grondwetlike reg van enige student en dosent en enige individu om beskerm te word en dat hulle veiligheid nie bedreig word nie. Ek dank u.
ANC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The ANC government's 9-point plan can arrest the economic slowdown and increase growth by 1% to 3% over the next 3 years. It is a realistic plan that recognizes and tackles constraints to economic growth. The 9-point plan will push the economy forward by, among other things, resolving energy challenges, upping agriculture value chain, mineral beneficiation, high impact on EPAP, encourage private sector investment, moderating workplace conflict, unlock SMEs and co-ops potential, reform state-owned companies, broadband rollout, water and sanitation. On the other hand, Operation Pakisa will grow the ocean economy and improve infrastructure at our ports and within the marine industry. Efforts to integrate the SADC ocean economy are also underway, and this includes the finalization of outstanding issues in the tripartite free trade area negotiations, which will grow markets in Africa. As Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa said recently, these will offer limitless opportunities to world markets such as Japan. It will also boost intra-African trade, and for the first time, the WTO MC10 will be held in Africa in December 2015.
Cope.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. President Zuma has finally come to accept that the economy is sick. He acknowledged that it could no longer be business as usual. Recognizing the dragging effects of inadequate electricity on the economy, he urged Eskom to work with speed. According to Statistics SA, our country's gross domestic product has contracted to 1.3% quarter on quarter. This is really bad news. Cope wonders whether President Zuma had consulted Minister Nzimande, Patel and Davies before declaring that it was business responsibility to run the economy. The function of a government, he said, was to run the country. Will the ministers endorse the above statement without any equivocation? If they disagree with the president, they must resign from cabinet. Are they prepared to do that? Belt tightening that President Zuma called for must get tighter still. Government is super big and mega expensive. It has to narrow at the waist. President Zuma agrees that it is not business as usual. We wait to see how we're going to remove binding economic constraints, support business growth, motivate consumer confidence, revitalize agriculture, resuscitate industrialization, and tremendously boost small businesses. Will the government take the bit of medicine it knows it has to take? We'll wait and see. Thank you.
ANC.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. The ANC welcomes the decision of Trade and Industry Minister Rob Davies to approve the 10% duty on certain steel products that are currently pouring into South Africa duty-free. This has been linked to no further retrenchments of workers in these lines during the next 3 years. The ANC government is committed to developing an enabling environment that will retain workers and combat retrenchments. The approval of Minister Davies follows the recommendation of the International Trade Administration Commission, who proposed a duty on several of these products. The increase also requires that ArcelorMittal South Africa invest an additional 250 million in its colour line, and that Safel Steel invest an additional 300 million in its metal coating line by 2017. However, ITAC will also conduct a review of the duty structure to determine its impact on the industry value chain 3 years from the date of the duty implementation. Minister has also insisted that there will be no price increases for these steel products following the tariff adjustment, and further that pre-existing commitments to cut prices on some products are honoured. The ANC welcomes the establishment of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The clearest indication yet of the ANC's indifference towards unemployment
is the Speaker of the National Assembly's rejection of the DA's call for an urgent debate on the indefensible visa regulations. Earlier this month, I wrote to the Speaker calling for a debate of public importance in terms of the National Assembly Rule 103 on the impact of the new visa regulations that it is having on our economy and jobs. In her responding letter, the Speaker outright rejected my call. Clearly, the Speaker does not think job losses as a result of these visa regulations are important. This despite the fact that in 2014, the new visa regulations cost the South African economy 2.6 billion rand and more than 5,800 jobs, and these figures are increasing. Government must now face what is fast becoming a job crisis in our country and suspend these regulations without any further delay. Thank you.
ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. On the 7th of August 2015, at Umsunduza Municipality in KwaZulu-Natal, the NYDA identified 300 youth from the historically disadvantaged families across the spectrum. They will be assisted on the following: the grants, the vouchers to further developing their businesses, such as plaza shops, salons, construction companies, and manufacturing. For an example, they identified that few of the youth were manufacturing toilet papers, but they didn't have the machines. The NYDA also has already assisted 100 young people whom were trained as plumbers at the Pietermaritzburg FET College. These 100 youth, as we speak, they are employed by Umsunduza Municipality so as to correlate their theory with the practice. Last but not least, Deputy Speaker, the NYDA has offered assistance to the 2015 matriculants from the poorest families who wish to further their studies at the colleges or universities. Indeed, Deputy Speaker, the NYDA is alive, visible, and delivering. So I thank you.
AIC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The community of Maluti Township in Matatiele has been without water for more than a month now. The broken pipes and old ones are neither repaired or replaced by the dysfunctional Alfred Zone district as water and sanitation competencies of the district. The water trucks that are supposed to assist in delivering water to the people are seldom seen in that area. This was reported to our district, but no response was received. We have long been calling as AIC for the abolition of these district municipalities because they are of no assistance to the people and their work is just the duplication of the local municipalities. We would appreciate the intervention of Water and Sanitation Department to bring a solution to this challenge and plight of the Maluti community. This House must also recall that a sum of 28 million meant for sanitation that was stolen by certain comrades was never recovered, and the culprits were just released inexplicable in a way that cannot be explained. As long as the government does not pay any attention to corruption taking place in that district, the delivery of services to the people of that area will remain a dream. Water is very important in the lives of the people. We also call for the immediate investigation into the alleged corruption that is taking place in the Alfred district. Otherwise, these comrades are spoiling the name of the stalwart of that area, Alfred Patibolo. So, thank you very much.
Deputy Speaker.
Go ahead, Ndati.
Deputy Speaker, recognizing that we come from a divided past and the sports was used to divide South Africans, more especially in rural communities. It is appreciated that Minister of Sports, Honorable Fikile Mbalula, saw it fit to support the deep rural areas of Mvutshini, Ward 10 in Nkandla municipality by sponsoring a youth day with all types of sporting kits, and that he actually attended the sports day. These are the areas that are not known by others in this house. but that this proves that the ANC-led government is committed to serving all communities, especially rural areas, in promoting and reviving all sporting codes. Whilst a lot is being done in sports, we urge the minister to continue prioritizing rural areas. I thank you.
DA.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Democratic Alliance has learned with dismay that the Umgungundlovu District Municipality has diverted 4 million rand of a 10 million rand conditional grant by the KZN Provincial Treasury, which was supposed to be used for a wastewater project to fund the shortfall of the annual Mandela Day Marathon. At this council meeting held on the 27th of August 2015, the municipal manager, Mr. Sibusiso Kuzwayo, is alleged to have misled councillors when questioned about the diversion. He said, and I quote, "Yes, I can confirm that the 4 million rand is a sponsorship from COGTA." This, Deputy Speaker, is factually untrue, as COGTA had earlier in the year indicated to the municipality that it would no longer be funding the event due to it being outside of its core function. The municipality has been plagued by water shortages and droughts of late, and to divert a conditional grant, which is meant to be used to improve the lives of rural residents, is totally unacceptable and in contravention of Treasury regulations. The Mayor, Municipal Manager, and ANC councillors must be held accountable for their actions. The DA fully supports the Mandela Day Marathon, however, it cannot be at the expense of improving the lives of rural residents and good governance. Minister Gordhan must get to the bottom of the scandal and ensure that those that push the diversion through are sanctioned and that the wastewater project is brought back online to service the needs of residents.
ANC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The ANC welcomed the launch of the 2015 Apply Now Keta Career Guidance campaign at the University of Johannesburg by the Department of Higher Education and Training. The event was held at the Gloria Sekwena Gate of the university, which is named after the late parent who lost her life during a stampede in January 2012. The campaign is aimed at encouraging learners, especially those who are grade 12, to take action and apply on time for admission at post-school learning institutions. The campaign brings together two components, which is the Apply Now and Keta Career Guidance and Counseling campaign, because a learner cannot be in a position to apply early if he or she has not chosen a correct career path. The ANC believes that the campaign will go a long way in the curbing late registrations, walk-in and long queues, which can cause deadly accidents and witnessed in 2012. We urge our grade 12 learners to heed the call and apply on time for the 2016 academic year. Mushumo Chabadiatla, thank you.
Honorable members, that concludes member statements. I'm sure there are ministerial responses. Who would like to start? Honorable Davies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I want to respond to the statement by the Honourable Fabs, the Honourable Kalako, and to some extent the Honourable Carter. Let me just say that I think it's very important that we understand that our country is confronting a serious economic situation to a very large extent created right now by the latest wave of the global economic crisis, which if we don't understand that it has been with us since 2008, but that its drivers have been shifting, its epicenters have been shifting, and that right now the most important impact on us is the decisive end of the commodity super cycle, meaning a fall in mineral prices, and also a glut of global steel. That latter part, the glut of global steel, poses a very serious threat to the future of steel manufacturing in South Africa. It's something which I don't think we can take lightly. We could have the possibility of us exiting the production of steel in this economy. For a long time, we have seen problems in the pricing of steel products, and so the tariff which the Honourable Fabs referred to is one where we are seeking to provide short-term relief to the industry. It's not the only thing that we're doing to try to improve the performance of the industry, but we've set it against conditionalities And those conditionalities mean that they will not be able, as a result of the tariff, to raise the prices by the amount equivalent to the tariff. And if they do so, there's a series of checks and requirements that will be met to counter this. But I must say that I think that the attitude of the negotiations with the steel producers is much better than it is now. And that points to the need for us to act to address urgent challenges while at the same time continuing to make progress on the long-term structural transformations of the economy, moving it up the value chain. I believe that the Honourable Kalaku's summation of the 9-point plan shows that's the direction we're moving in, that we are making progress. The Honourable Chance made a notice of motion, which I think the tone of which was that he was about to oppose the tariff increase on the steel products. I would invite him to stand up before thousands of workers in the steel industry and say that the DA does not care about their jobs, is happy to see them go down the tube, and to tell the entities and steel manufacturers in this country they're similarly indifferent. Thank you.
Honorable Zokwana.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. First, on the issue of Lusigisi tea plantation, let me report to the fact that we have had a meeting on the 6th of August with all the traditional leaders in Johannesburg, looking not only at the fate of the tea plantations, which are facing a problem due to markets, but we're looking at how we can make sure that use agriculture to make sure that agriculture is improved in those areas. Present in that meeting were almost all the kings of the Pondo Nation. A team is going down to the Eastern Cape to ensure that the process taken through to make sure that we change that. As I speak, the Magua tea plantation will be transformed. 200 hectares of that tea plantation will be changed into avocado because of the need global of avocado plantation. Is a decision not reached with EFF, it is reached with communities and kings. We don't need a permission from EFF to decide what we do going forward. We are convinced what we're doing is correct. What we're doing is going to make sure that there are changes. The people of that area has been engaged. But more than that, I hope that the honorable member will do her research to know that it is CDC that is currently controlling those tea plantations, a matter we're dealing with, so that they fall under our department. We're not trying to avoid to take care of the issues involved. We have met the people in that area. We have got programs to deal with it. On the issue of Stellenbosch, I think that we need to agree here that it is the right of student organizations to put forward their demands, to march and do everything, but to lock the buildings, prevent other students from studying, to even beat others, cannot form part of what we understand to the right to march.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Your time has expired. Honorable Madana. Honorable Manana.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Indeed, Deputy Speaker, we condemn on any form of violence happening at all our institutions of higher learning. We call upon all members of the higher education community to treat one another with respect and conduct difficult and painful debates in a humane and constructive manner. However, the Stellenbosch University must now work on the culture and attitudes of the whole of its community and constituency, as everyone must be treated equally and have a fulfilling experience at the university. Honorable Deputy Speaker, indeed, the Apply Now campaign has been a resounding success. Siyabonga ukuthi niyawubona umsebenzi, Honorable Nkadimeng. We launched the campaign in 2012 following the unfortunate incident that happened at the University of Johannesburg. And since then, we have managed to successfully reduce the long queues at our institutions of higher learning, and walk-ins have been minimized at all our institutions of higher learning. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you.
I support the African National Congress. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I just want to say to Honorable Carter that you must note that from 2010 up to 2015, globally, we have been having a drop in terms of growth. And the leadership of South Africa through its national growth, its national development plan, through its national growth path, and the present 9 points, is the one that has shown that there is resilient and a vibrant leadership to avoid us getting into a recession. And you must note, if we were to note and read properly in terms of the various contributions of the different countries, you would have noted that all countries, most of the advanced countries, have revised down their growth from 40% to...
Honorable Deputy Minister, please hold on. Yes, Honorable Member.
Is that a Deputy Minister?
No,
Can I
take
be
your seat,
clarified,
man.
please?
Don't joke.
Okay.
Do your work, Honorable Member. Proceed, Honorable Deputy Minister.
I just wanted to indicate to her that if she can look at the data, she will realize that most of the countries have revised down their growth, but about 40% when South Africa has been revised only to 33%. And also just to indicate to you, yes, we are worried about our growth, and we're worried about the various areas and the performances of various provinces. As you would have realized that we are worried about the Western Cape, that has actually lost its employment by 4% from the previous quarter, and the 10% of the northern 10,000 from the Northern Cape. And the 10-point plan is going to assist us to have a resilient and be able to make us to begin to grow up so that our growth can actually be adjusted to a higher level. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, there are still 2 ministerial responses. Any more? None, okay. Honorable members, that concludes the ministerial responses. The next item on the order paper is subject for discussion in the name of Mrs. B.L. Abrahams on the socio-economic impact of alcohol, drug, substance abuse in the communities and local development and the solutions thereto. Honorable Abrahams.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputies, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Deputy Ministers, Members of Parliament en de gallery guest. Achtbare adjunct Speaker, dit is inderdaad een groot voorrecht voor mij om vandaag deel te nemen in die debat. Open quote, socio-economic impact of alcohol, drugs and substance abuse in our communities and on local development and their solutions thereto, close quote. Honorable Deputy Speaker, in the ANC strategy and tactics document adopted by the 52nd National Conference in Polokwane in 2007, yes, pronounces that, open quote, comprehensive social transformation entails changing the material conditions of all South Africans for the better, but also ensure that we forge a nation inspired by values of human solidarity. It is the combination of these factors that describe the civilization of national democracy that the ANC seeks to build. In advancing this policy position, the ANC's social transformation program has always and continues to ensure that it builds a better life for all South Africans. This the ANC government has done by ensuring that the basic essentials such as housing, water and sanitation, education, safety and security are provided to all South Africans. Whilst working progressively to create this type of society, certain challenges prevail that hamper the achievement of the central aim of transformation. The social ills that are predominant amongst those communities that are impoverished, such as the abuse of substances, is an area of deep concern of the ANC. The ANC continues to provide direction through its, open quote, strategies for social transformation, which seek to empower people to lift themselves out of poverty while creating adequate social nets to protect the most vulnerable in our society, close quote. Achtbare adjunct Speaker, in die openingsrede van die tweede biennial summit on substance abuse, wat in Durban gehou is in 2011, het president Zuma hom as volg uitgespreek, oop aanhalings. Oor die afgelope dekade was daar 'n snelle vermeerdering in die gebruik en misbruik van alkohol en ander dwelms deur burgers van alle ouderdomsgroepe, mans en vrouens, seuns en dogters. Dit is kommerwekkend dat die ouderdom van die eerste eksperimentering met dwelms verlaag het van tieners tot by kinders tussen die ouderdomme van 9 en 10. The ANC has continuously committed itself and its government to mobilize communities around the Healthy Lifestyle campaign, including the anti-tobacco campaign and the campaign against alcohol and substance abuse. This is because, as it notes, that alcohol and drug abuse are, open quote, twin scourges that impact negatively on all aspects of South African society. Hence, amongst its intervention, the ANC government established an inter-ministerial committee to develop and implement a campaign to reduce the impact of alcohol abuse and drug use, close quote. The ANC has and will continue to work with communities to make a neighborhood safer.
Honorable Abrams, please take your seat.
Would you ask the Honourable Abrams if she would take a question?
Absolutely not, especially through strengthening the anti-crime awareness and introducing stronger legislation to combat substance abuse. In commemoration of the International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Trafficking, the ANC government appointed an interministerial committee on combating alcohol and substance abuse. Through the Central Drug Authority, the National Drug Master Plan of 2013-2017 is being implemented. The plan is a roadmap to how South Africa can move forward together and strengthen the work of the government to fight the scourge of alcohol and substance abuse. On the 21st of August 2015, President Zuma and a delegation of ministers and deputy ministers visited Eersterus to intervene in the scourge of substance abuse and the social ills that is rife in the community. Imbizos was held where the delegation interacted with the community and resolved on programs of action. It shows, Honourable Deputy Speaker, working together you can do more. The city of Tshwane has registered 1,024 indigenous families from the community of Eersterus who are receiving free basic services, and during the roadshow held in July, the city also assisted in a further 187 families who needed urgent intervention. The NYDA will open an office in Eersterus before the end of November this year to provide information to young people about education, career, employment, and economic opportunities. The NYDA, working together with the city of Tshwane and the Gauteng province, plans to implement a youth-built infrastructure development program in Eersterus, whereby 100 young people from this community will build 100 houses to address the housing shortage. The 100 young people will be trained in housing, building, plumbing, etc. Honourable Speaker, 69 crime intelligence operations have been conducted so far in the area and have led to the arrest of 55 alleged drug dealers. Police are working with community-based anti-crime organizations and security cluster partners in conducting awareness campaigns against drugs and crime in general in the area, as well as other operations such as school campaigns through police visibility, stop and search operations, and other initiatives. The majority of individuals who are vulnerable to drug abuse are the youth. The ANC government, in the recently drafted National Youth Policy of 2020, notes that, open quote, the youth are unduly burdened with all key social challenges, including unemployment, substance abuse, and HIV and AIDS prevalence. The work of the President Youth Working Group will be taken forward through 5 work streams to promote our goal of achieving economic freedom. These are 1, economic participation and transformation, education skills and second chances, healthcare and combating substance abuse, and 4, nation building and social cohesion, building effective and responsive youth development institutions, close quote. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the local Drug Action Committee are key components of the NDMP that operate at a local level with and amongst the people. The LDECs are responsible for combating substance abuse at a local level. The mayor of each municipality, of which there are at present 238, must establish a local drug action committee consisting of interested persons and organizations dealing with the combating of substance abuse. By June 2013, 215 LDECs were active with the community participants throughout the country, ensuring that communities manage their own preventative work at a local level. All provincial substance abuse forums and active LDECs continue to carry out substance awareness. As the ANC moves South Africa forward in the fight against the scourge of substance abuse, the ANC in government will, 1, strengthen the Central Drug Authority to enable it effectively to implement and monitor the Prevention and Treatment for Substance Abuse Act and the implementation of the National Drug Master Plan, which is due for review in 2015-16, solidify the preparations of the 3rd biennial Anti-Substance Abuse Summit, which will be held in February 2016, strengthen the implementation of the provincial drug master plans and support the effective functioning of local drug committees. In conclusion, Honourable Deputy Speaker, this is not a one-person challenge, but I believe working together as public representatives in collaboration with government and our communities, we can be the scourge of alcohol, drugs, and substance abuse in our communities. Together we can, and yes, we will fight this, and we will have a healthier and better South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Kopani.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I would like to dedicate my speech to a brother, a friend, and a colleague, Honorable Kenneth Mubu, who passed away yesterday morning. May his soul rest in peace. Today, I stand here with a heavy heart. The debate today is about an issue that poses a real threat and a serious threat to our society. The reality is drugs, alcohol, and substance abuse is a major threat to our nation, is a threat to the society, is a threat to our economy, and is a threat to our democracy. We must be willing to do more together to fight this major social problem in our country. Deputy Speaker, apartheid was an evil system that has denied many South Africans the opportunity to improve their lives. Yet, we worked together, we were able to free ourselves from this oppressive system. This is a proof that when South Africans stand together, we can defeat any enemy. For the past 6 years that I've been a member of this House, I have spoken to many members in this August House regarding this issue. It was clear to me from this discussion that many of us were the victim of drugs, alcohol, and substance abuse. It was more clearer that many of us, we feel senseless and helpless as victims. In the name of drugs, many of us in this House also, we have lost our children. Many of us, we have lost our family. Many of us were divorced. Many of us were in a process of divorce. Many of our children, they are in and out of jails. Many of our children are school dropouts. Many of our children, they are in and out of rehabilitation centers. The fact is, drugs and substance abuse does not know any political affiliation, doesn't know any social status, and doesn't know any race. The devastating effect of substance abuse in our community, it is clear in the instance of theft, rape, murder, child abuse, drunken driving. Drug and alcohol abuse undermine the safety and the well-being of our communities. Law enforcement is struggling to deal with this scourge as resources are limited. We have seen a steady increase in a drug-related crime from 63,000 in 2004 to over 260,000 last year. These crime statistics are but a small indication of the extent of the social impact of substance abuse. Considering the extent of a problem of substance abuse in our country, one would have think that more resources will be allocated to collect the data on the substance abuse patterns in our community, to identify the underlying factors that contribute to the substance abuse, and to access implementation of our current programs to treat substance abuse. The DA understands the desperate need for more resources. It is for this reason that for the past last 5 years, we have doubled our budget from 90 to almost 93 million to the substance abuse prevention and rehabilitation substance program. Deputy Speaker, the Central Drug Authority, established under the Department of Social Development, has not been able to publish any truly representative recent data on the extent of addiction in our country. Last year, the CDA was allocated only 12 million to carry out its mandate, from which it has paid salaries and allowance of board members. Little remained to carry their mandate to assist the fight against substance abuse in the country and to oversee the implementation of the National Drug Master Plan. In March this year, the CDA told the Portfolio Committee on Social Development that no impact assessment of the National Drug Master Plan has been done. This is particularly wrong considering the extent of the substance abuse in our country. This government is ill-prepared to take a decisive action to deal with this problem. Far more research is needed to be done to the extent on the impact of substance abuse. This research is vital to fully understand both the scope and the impact of substance abuse. CDA Dr. Ray stated in 2011 that substance abuse in South Africa is estimated to cost economy more than 130 billion per year. This is a remarkable statement, and one will think that socio-economic problems such as substance abuse with 130 billion annual tech will warrant the action or more resources to be allocated into research on how to deal with this scourge. It is estimated that substance abuse in South Africa is almost double the international norm. In fact, the United Nations have already identified South Africa as a transit hub for drugs and increasingly being considered a drug capital. But maybe we need to ask ourselves why the ANC-led government has closed the most effective unit within SAPS, South African Narcotic Bureau, that was fighting this evil in our country. The DA recognized the extent to which substance abuse poses a serious threat to the communities, especially the youth. That is why the DA-run Western Cape have increased the number of drugs rehabilitation centers over the last 5 years from 7 to 24. Deputy Speaker, a talk is a cheap. As a country, we cannot fight substance abuse if we don't know the real extent to the problem. The resources must be made available to gather credible data and to be effectively monitor the substance abuse. The specialized unit like the SA Narcotic Bureau within the SAPS must be re-established and to gather the intelligence and investigate and prosecute the drugs cartels operating in South Africa. Honorable Minister Nhleko, South Africa says to you, we are tired of this enemy, of this threat in our society. We need to make the resources available to fund the rehabilitation centers, the drugs and anti-drugs use education programs must be rolled out and maintained in our schools and communities, in all our places of employment in both public and private sector. Honorable members, I'm appealing to each and every one of us. Let's stand together and fight this evil for the sake of our nation and for the sake of our children. Thank you.
Honorable Matthias.
Deputy Speaker, for as long as the economy of this country remains in the hands of Oppenheimer, of the Rupert and the ills, the debate on alcohol and substance abuse will forever remain with us. And this is reflected in the manner in which ministers and members of this House go out and make statements reckless that EFF members should be killed when they are high on something, on alcohol. And the next day they turn up and say, no, that was a figure of speech. The figure of speech is a food. And this is the extent to which how alcohol abuse is serious in this country. Members of this House make irresponsible statements because of that. Often we have had this subject of the impact of alcohol, drugs, and substance abuse in communities, as we debated today, always focusing on misguided and misplaced areas and the source of the problem. The tax paid by alcohol and tobacco industry combined through turnover tax, pay as you earn, and all other forms of tax does not even begin to make a fraction of the expenditure by government to mitigate the impact of alcohol, drugs, and substance abuse. According to a review of the taxation of alcohol beverages in South Africa by the National Treasury, based on conservative estimates, national and provincial governments allocated more than 17 billion to deal with direct consequences of alcohol abuse. Honorable Deputy Speaker, only 890 million of revenue collected from these industries is just under 5% of the cost of the fight against alcohol and substance abuse. Alcohol abuse is the third largest contribution to death and disability. The main reason for many of work-related injuries and increased absenteeism as well as employees' high turnover. Yet we talk about abuse of alcohol without reflecting on the industry itself. It is a fact that alcohol and drugs industry is a killing industry. And until society starts viewing it that way, talk about it that way, the impact caused by alcohol and drugs abuse will continue to be appalling. And for the ANC government to think they can deal with alcohol, drugs, and substance abuse by holding shebeen owners responsible for actions of people they sell alcohol to highlights lack of insight by government in addressing the problem confronting our society. Even more alarming, in the Western Cape, the DA government sits idling and fold arms while wine farmers continue to pay farm workers with alcohol. More fundamentally, alcohol abuse is directly linked to economic apartheid. For as long as the economy of this country is untransformed, for as long as it remains in the hands of the few, for as long as the economy and the commanding heights of this country are not nationalized, we'll forever sit with the problem of alcohol and substance abuse. People with no access to economic opportunities and who are predominantly black are the most affected by alcohol abuse, while white people who are the owners of this industry continue to benefit from the misery of black people. The solution to the socio-economic impact of alcohol, drugs, and substance abuse is to vote out the ANC out of power and replacing it with the militant, radical, and socialist protest movement, the economic freedom fighters. For as long as the economy of this country
Honorable
is
Member,
shared
your time
between
has expired.
the black capitalists who are
Honorable
emerging
Honorable
and
Member,
their friends overseas will
your
forever debate this matter today. Don't leave the spirit of the economic freedom fighters, don't leave.
Honorable Van Riemen.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. We stand today as a nation at a moral crossroads. Drug abuse in South Africa is twice the global average. In alcohol consumption, we are among the top 10 nations in the world. This is not a hidden social evil. Daily, our newspapers carry the individual stories that represent what is happening in our families and our community at large. We know about the woman who is forced to use her social grant to buy her husband's fix while her children go hungry. We know about the neglected babies whose mothers are under the influence of alcohol and the men who sell their children to sexual predators for drugs. We know that drug lords are often alerted before police raids and that some officers are drug dealers and users themselves. But what has led our nation down this path of self-destruction? One answer is that of poverty and despair, which is a direct result of the ruling party's failed economic policies and the high unemployment rate. But there are undercurrents too of abandoned values and of moral decay. But government solutions presently in place are failing us. This is supported by the Department of Social Development's Central Drug Authority, who reported that many municipalities are failing to implement the National Drug Master Plan. We also lack adequate human and financial resources to fight substance abuse at local level. Provincial and national departments are not submitting reports, and at the most basic level, there are not enough public treatment centers for addicts who want to recover. Clearly, there's a lack of political will and resources, which is hindering our fight. So what is the solution? Strengthen and resource the Central Drug Authority. Hold departments to account who do not play their part in fulfilling their mandate. Crack down on rogue police officers and outlaw taverns near schools. However, without concrete preventative measures, the tide will not turn. The IFP promotes values that affirm and strengthen the family. We believe in rewarding discipline, academic achievement, involvement in community programs, and completing treatment for addiction. Learners must be made aware of the damage wrought by substance abuse on their bodies, their minds, emotions, and potential. We need to offer alternatives, including sports facilities and youth groups, so that young people can fulfill their self-expression and peer acceptance. And much more can be done to enhance parenting skills as well. But finally, Honourable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Our greatest offence and defensive action would be that of ensuring that this government is up to the task of creating jobs. This will be the very first step in turning the tide against this crisis, which is destroying our nation. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mwabe.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, alcohol, drugs, and substance abuse is the single most dangerous threat to the social fabric of South Africa, having a devastating effect on individuals, families, communities, and society as a whole. The World Health Organization statistics show that South Africa is among countries where people show the highest risk patterns of alcohol consumption in the world. Our average annual per capita consumption of alcohol is 27 liters per person, compared to the global average of 10 liters. This is a frightening statistics, particularly when we consider that this heavy alcohol consumption is estimated to cost the local and national government approximately 17 billion rand each year. The economic cost of drug and other dependency substance abuse remains a matter of conjecture, but it is probably safe to say that it equals or could be worse than the estimates of alcohol abuse. The recent study showed that alcohol abuse was not only robbing the country of money, it was also the third largest contributor to death and disability after unsafe sexually transmitted infections and interpersonal violence, both of which are influenced by alcohol consumption. Once again, it will be safe to say that the abuse of drugs and other substances are in equal measure a factor that drives dependency-related deaths and disabilities. The causes of alcohol and other forms of dependency substances abuse is multifold, ranging from our porous borders, which invite an inflow of drugs to our country, to the glamorous image the media creates of alcohol use, and the extreme helplessness that people feel because of poverty and unemployment. The response of government to the scourge of drugs and substance abuse has been to draft and implement the National Drug Master Plan, which is to be commended and supported. However, we believe that any attempt to change social behavior will be fruitless unless a climate is created that will address the socio-economic circumstances in which alcohol and drug abuse flourish. It will be highly idealistic and impractical to suggest that there is a quick fix. But we need to start somewhere, Honorable Deputy Speaker. We suggest that a renewed focus on job creation and economic prosperity for all will be a suitable starting point. We also wish to see increased police action in enforcing the laws of our country, in particular the laws that regulate the licensed sale of alcohol and the laws which prohibit underage drinking of alcohol. I thank you.
Honorable Kapa.
Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, honorable members, the debate taking place today is very important, not only for us as members, but for our communities in various constituencies as well. It takes place when there has been a call for such a conversation to take place in this House by a number of honorable members, and I'm convinced this intervention will culminate into another such engagement throughout the country. As already stated by other speakers before me, the matter of drugs and substance abuse is indeed ravaging our beautiful country, leading to social crimes, family disintegration, as well as domestic violence. The President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Jacob Gedleyihlekisa Zuma, is leading a campaign against this scourge in provinces, Communities are also taking their own initiatives, also inviting the president to work with them in those initiatives. In other provinces, the premiers have also hosted the anti-drug and substance abuse programs in their own offices as special programs included in the moral regeneration that has already been in place. For the benefit of some of us who haven't been able to appreciate what steps have been taken, I must give some examples. The number of South Africans who are problem alcohol abusers in 2010 was 270,901, while those who are problem substance abusers was 1.997 million. I'm speaking from an concrete experiential learning from our oversight visit. We found that about 50% per 1,000 of school entry children have a fetal alcohol syndrome disorder, a living example being areas of Northern Cape, Kimberley, Khalishiwe, and Rodepan, where it was found that 60% of grade 1 children had irreversible brain damage, and that hinders their growth both cognitively and physically. The thereto place of safety that the committee visited in the Northern Cape accommodates such children. These children are living examples of cognitive damage that is caused by this fetal alcohol syndrome. Even though these children were in their teens, mid-teens, their physical structure, indeed, Honorable Deputy Chair, was that of a younger than 10 years old. We often hear of media reports of our own children as South Africans, especially young girls, being used as drug mules in foreign countries. One was sadly sentenced to death in another country. The problem is indeed enormous, but the ANC government has established at least 7 public treatment centers and is also supporting 48 registered private treatment centers. 5 treatment centers are currently in the construction phase in 5 provinces. 73 outpatient treatment service centers are in operation, as well as aftercare support centers. Almost 17,000 patients have gone through these doors and received treatment. Reintegration is also implemented and supported by support groups. However, this is too little if you look at the magnitude of the problem out there. If one looks at world trends versus South African trends in access to treatment, one in 3 patients have access to treatment in North America, 1 in 4 patients in Oceania, 1 in 18 in South Africa. Given the government and community efforts as we speak and the rate of spread, there is more effort required by ourselves. The country as a whole will have to go back to basics. The white paper on families now being implemented by the Department of Social Development emphasizes the importance of families and thus establish interventions aimed at strengthening these family institutions. It is critical that its implementation must be fast-tracked and accelerated. And also, promotion of both family life and parental guidance under these circumstances is extremely important. Time has come for parents and children to spend more time together as families. More parenting values and skills, those written as in policies and those unwritten, which are passed down from generation to generation, are key to the strengthening of the families as they promote our Ubuntu. A family unit, when it is supported and strengthened, can be the best vehicle to prevent substance abuse and drug abuse. Further, social cohesion has to be strengthened as families and individuals who are affected by the scourge are often stigmatized by the communities. We also need to use existing infrastructure in all these provinces for recreational use and find ways to keep our youth busy and developing their skills, because they find themselves abusing drugs because they have nothing to do. My conclusion in this would be that the evil that occurred, indeed where we are today, is because we woke up landless, with nothing to own, being wanderers in our own country. And this is the reason for us facing this foreign habit of drug abuse. Utywala kudala babuselwa kodwa babungenje kuba noko sasibutya sihluthi isibongo. Ndiyabulela.
Honorable Majeke.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members. Alcohol and drug use amongst children and adolescents are causes of increasing concern in South Africa. They are major contributors to crime, violence, intentional and unintentional injuries, as well as to other social, health, and economic problems. Findings from the Youth Risk Behavior Survey of 2011 and the Western Cape School Survey point to high prevalence rates for binge drinking and lifetime cannabis use among youth. Heavy drinking by schoolgoers is significantly associated with absenteeism, academic failure, risky sexual behavior, increased sexual victimization, and increased likelihood of other drug use. Given the high rates of alcohol and drug use, a significant proportion of South African adolescents are at a risk of developing alcohol and other drug problems, AOD. This is, however, compounded by the reality that specialist treatment centers catering for youth are few and far between. There is a real need for treatment centers, more age-appropriate services, including ancillary, that is psychological and medical care, should also be made available to young people. There is a need for effective interventions that target South African youth. Prevention programs that are grounded in evidence that have shown to be effective are needed both at school and after school, like family strengthening programs. The rural communities continue to be plagued by alcohol abuse, and the number of children born with fetal alcohol spectrum disorders remains a grave concern. Brief intervention and referral treatment should be a norm at maternal obstetrics units. All pregnant women should be screened, referred, and the use of outreach mobiles to reach women who do not access care should be encouraged. Findings from a study conducted by the Medical Research Council suggest that these social service offices, conveniently located in each district of the province, help people from poor communities overcome many of the structural barriers to accessing care for substance use disorders. Finally, Honorable Deputy, there is sufficient evidence to suggest that the transition into adolescence often increases children's susceptibility to development of problem behaviors. It is at this stage, early adolescence, that children are often exposed to substance abuse for the first time, especially when parenting becomes ineffective. Literature has consistently shown that two potentially influential protective factors are the quality of relationship with parents and adolescent self-esteem perceptions. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Akbara Mulder.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, it's always amazing for me to see how absolutely committed defectors from other parties are when they join the ANC. It's almost as if they have to prove themselves. The Honorable Abrams was the perfect example this afternoon, quoting from ANC policy documents when she was still a member of the Democratic Alliance, opposing those plans. It's amazing. You see, Chairperson, we are dealing with a very serious matter today, the whole question of drugs and alcohol abuse in South Africa. And it's a terrible problem that we've got. But the problem obviously is that in all the programs, and the ANC is very good with programs and campaigns, with that they are excellent. But the problem is they would like to always treat the symptoms, but they shy away from the causes. The causes are not dealt with in South Africa by the ANC. Now the problem is basically this. If you look around the international community and the whole world today, you'll find only 5 communist countries left. Only 5. North Korea, Cuba, China, Laos, and Vietnam. And then you can look throughout the world. And then if you can look at in terms of economic comparisons, and you'll be amazed that you'll find South Africa very closely at number 6. That's the problem. That's why we've got a drug problem in South Africa, because our economy is not growing. Our country is suffering from a very serious disease. It's called socialism and communism. The ANC cabinet there, the Honourable Minister is looking away, but he's not creating jobs. Yes, you're not creating jobs. That's the problem. Our economy is in a dive. Our economy is shrinking all the time, and people are despondent out there. So you can have all the campaigns, and you can have all the programs, but unless you get the economy to grow and to create jobs that people have hope again and can find work for themselves, you will not solve this problem. Look at your policies, look at your economic policies. Our partners in Africa are growing. Wonderful, but South Africa is not growing. Because the President said the other day, and it was quoted this afternoon, that it's for government to look after the politics and the economy should be looked after by big business. If only you did that. Yes, but only if you only did that. But because of your policies, it's impossible to do exactly that. So we're not creating jobs. We've got this huge amount of people who can't find jobs in South Africa, and people are despondent, and they turn to drugs. Nobody should underestimate the tragedy in each and every family who have to deal with that kind of situation. No campaign and no program will solve that. Let's get the economy growing, but then we must first get rid of the disease that we have rife in those benches. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Carter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The use of alcohol in our country is unfortunately and tragically a compulsive way of life for many people. Addiction is the result. There are many socio-economic consequences of alcohol and substance abuse. These include missing out on education, skills, limitations, reluctance to work, unemployment, inability to keep a job, violence, crime, sexual risk behavior, unwanted pregnancies, disruption to family life, poor work performance, and gangsterism. Where such abuse of alcohol and substance is located within a community or locality, the whole community becomes dysfunctional, crime-ridden, and poverty-stricken. There are also direct and indirect effects on the health and nutrition of abusers, and this places a heavy demand on the provision of health care. Illegal and unmonitored shebeens across South Africa has led to uncontrolled abuse of alcohol and of substances. The misuse of alcohol and of substances over weekends lead to many stabbings and killings, and hospitals come under considerable strain during weekends and holidays. While individuals aged between the age of 35 and 44 are generally the biggest offenders, teenagers are tragically lured into drinking and experimenting with alcohol and narcotics. Alcohol abuse, researchers have found, is a major cause of malnutrition, and it also has a detrimental effect on the liver and the digestive system. Substance abuse has a similar effect. We need to treat the root cause and not the symptom. We can detail at length all of the negative effects of alcohol and substance abuse because of abundant research done on this topic. However, it is very important for us to focus on drastic and urgent solutions. Government must give attention to enhancing social control within communities because increasing modernization and urbanization is actually exacerbating the problem. Our solution is to create a system of semi-autonomous township government as a substructure of local government. It is unfortunate that I don't see anyone from the Ministry of Cocteau here. All elected ward councillors for a given township should constitute such a structure and have a township office attached to a community hall. Frequent conferencing with the community will yield desired results and socio-economic benefits. If social mores in a community as well as laws work in harmonious combination, communities will start self-regulating more effectively. Township governments must have budgetary support for creating and maintaining sports and recreational facilities. Sports and counselling in schools must receive priority attention. A bottom-up approach will work more effectively in creating social norms that will regulate drinking. The Congress of the People urges government to create township governments as substructures of local government to address alcohol and substance abuse and to deal with a wide range of socio-economic problems. I thank you.
Honorable Maureen Skeepers.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Ministers, Honorable Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, and our distinguished guests. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the disadvantage, the devastating effects of poverty, inequality and unemployment, as well as the material conditions under which the majority of South Africans live, represent the greatest challenge to the advancement of social cohesion and nation building. It is significant to create strong families, cohesive communities, and a winning, prosperous nation that promotes social cohesion and stable communities. The fight against substance abuse is a key aspect in this regard, because substance abuse is a scourge that has the potential to destabilize our nation. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the impact of alcohol and substance abuse continues to ravage families, communities, and society. The use of alcohol and illicit drugs impact negatively on the users, their families, and communities. Drugs and substance abuse has serious implications for millions of South Africans and contributes to crime, gangsterism, domestic violence, dysfunctional families, verbal, physical, and sexual abuse, and death. It has only negative impact on the health sector, and the families of addicts are placed under significant financial pressures due to the costs associated with the crimes committed by the users, such as legal fees, as well as the cost of treatment. The emotional and psychological impacts on families and the high levels of crime and other social ills have left many families under, many communities, under a siege. Substance abuse is slowly eating into the social fiber of our family structures, which is counter to the ANC's endeavor of mobilizing South Africans to strengthen the nation's moral fiber, informed by human compassion and solidarity. Honorable Deputy Speaker, a recent heart-rending letter to President Jacob Zuma by mothers in the Eldorado Park, south of Johannesburg, narrates the grim reality of the ravaging impact of drugs facing families and communities. It says, and I quote, "We no longer get together to boast about the achievements of our children, but rather to share our lives of living hell and despair." In 1994, the then Minister of Justice, Dula Omar, on behalf of President Nelson Mandela, delivered a speech at the United Nations International Drug Control Program, informing the workshop that drugs affect all communities, the youth in particular, and the government, and that government and South Africans had to face the problem and act decisively. Between substance abuse and the spread of HIV/AIDS, adolescents who use alcohol and other drugs are more likely to engage in unsafe sex than those who abstain from using drugs and other substances. Majority of South Africans are black and non-working and are thus more affected by the scourge. It is estimated that 1 in every 3 South Africans are addicted to drugs. This includes over-the-counter and illegal drugs. Honorable Deputy Speaker, a plan of action was developed and adopted to develop policy, review and align liquor legislation, to educate and create awareness on substance abuse, to promote equal access to resources across South Africa, to respond to policies and legislations with regards to drugs and organized crime, to review institutional mechanisms to prevent and manage alcohol and drug use in the country. President Zuma is unambiguous in his view that, and I quote, "The most powerful weapon in fighting drugs is to reduce the demand and close the markets, especially amongst the youth. We have to educate children and the youth to say no to drugs," close quote. Government is planning to expand treatment centers and to ensure accessibility even in rural areas. The view of the National Data Management Protocol is that decriminalizing or criminalizing substances or their users is not enough to win this war, but a variation of strategies. In conclusion, Honorable Deputy Speaker, our main focus on this scourge should be that this is not only a governmental problem, but all households, schools, communities, and churches should be focused on and work together in fighting this demon. Our children are losing their lives, our families, their values, and our education is being affected. Let us get back to a society where we say and show that my child is yours and yours is mine, so that we can all live in a better, safe South Africa. Honorable Deputy Speaker, despite all the challenges that we as the ANC
Honorable
government
Member, your
have,
time has now expired.
we as the ANC-led government are moving forward. I thank you.
The next speaker is the Honorable Meshu.
House Chairperson, our nation is facing a serious crisis caused by the easy availability of highly dangerous and addictive drugs such as nyaupe and wunga. Children as young as 6 years of age are part of a younger generation whose future is being destroyed by enemies who make a living from selling drugs to children. Drug dens operate freely in some communities, while drug lords are driving around with flashy cars even though they are known to be unemployed. Furthermore, children are dropping out of school in increasing numbers because they need to find ways to support their life-threatening addiction. The ACDP calls on government to reinstate specialized drug units to focus on removing drug lords from our communities and eradicating drug trafficking. Chairperson, the ACDP applauds the sterling efforts being made in drug busting and sincerely hopes that these efforts will continue. We also appreciate and support honest, hard-working police officers who are working hard to fight drug trafficking. However, we are deeply concerned by reports of police collusion with drug lords, some of whom are said to be on their payrolls. We used to have a national police commissioner who was not ashamed of his association with a notorious drug lord. Now we have a provincial police commissioner who's facing corruption charges and who is similarly reported to have links with someone accused of being a drug lord. For as long as police officers are friends of drug dealers, our country will never win the war against drugs. Corrupt police who protect or work alongside the drug dealers must be identified and purged from the service. Additionally, more pressure should be placed on government to use sniffer dogs when raiding homes that are reportedly being used as drug dens. The ACDP supports and commends all initiatives to raise public awareness about the dangers of drug and substance abuse, including that of REAL's Orange Friday initiative. We do, however, know that awareness initiatives and anti-drug summits on their own are not enough to stop drug trafficking in our communities. And far more still needs to be done to ensure that we eradicate this scourge from our communities. The ACDP is opposed to the suggestion by Professor Jani Yuho that Nyaupe be legalized so that it can be better controlled. Nyaupe, Wunga, and other dangerous drugs are destroying the lives of and future of our children and should be eradicated from society and not controlled. Lastly, on behalf of the ACDP, I wish to convey our condolences to the family, friends, and members of the Democratic Alliance on the passing away of their member and our former colleague, Honorable Kenneth Mubu. May his soul rest in peace.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Posa.
Honorable House Chair, honorable members, it is once again a pleasure to join you today as we debate the topic, open quote, the socio-economic impact of alcohol, drugs, and substance abuse in this august House. Honorable Chairperson, the theme for our debate today.
Order, honourable members. Continue, honourable member.
Honorable Chairperson, the theme for our debate today narrates the story of varying challenges facing today's youth. A study on economic and social consequences of drug abuse and illicit trafficking found that drug abuse occurs most frequently among young people in the 15 to 35 age group, with a particular concentration in the 18 to 25 age group. This includes school-going youth. Indeed, alcohol, drugs, and substance abuse among the youth is cause for increasing concern in our country. The impact of such abuse is as follows. It affects the academic lives of students in our institutions. They have been linked to academic difficulties, absenteeism, and dropouts in our schools and tertiary institutions. As this type of abuse has been proven to decrease learning capacity, it becomes increasingly difficult for learners and students who abuse alcohol and other substances to maintain certain level of academic standards, except, of course, if those standards are those of failure. In addition, alcohol, drugs, and substance abuse by students who drop out before completion or take more time than necessary to complete their education is a loss to the economy, to the state, to the society, and to the households. This is money that could otherwise have been used to many deserving students. Alcohol, drugs, and substance abuse also affects the culture of many institutions of higher learning and in students' social lives. The abuse is also a major contributor to crime, violence, intentional and unintentional injuries, as well as to other health, economic, and social problems, including risky sexual behavior. Recent news stories publicizing alcohol-related deaths at campuses of post-school institutions are really disturbing. Alcohol misuse among students at institutions of higher learning is taking its toll not only on the students who drink alcohol in excess, but also on other students affected by the behavior of their drinking peers, including the institution's infrastructure, which often sustains heavy damage or vandalism from unruly students. One serious result of the presence of illicit drugs at institutions of higher learning is the violence that usually accompanies it. Students who abstain from alcohol and substance abuse often suffer secondary effects from the behavior of students that abuse substances. Non-binging and abstaining students may become the targets of insults and arguments, physical assaults, unwanted sexual advances, vandalism, humiliation, or even death. Honorable Chairperson, we are confronted by a challenge whereby alcohol is readily available to students because it is sold on campuses or within walking distance from campus. Drinking of liquor by students, especially during weekend, is as a result of liquor outlets remaining open till late at night or even into the early morning hours, exposing them to dangers of violence and other crimes. The mass media also play a role in glamorizing alcohol or alcohol use. The exposure to the advertising of alcohol in various forms of media facilitates drinking problems in young people. For example, the use of high-profile sportsmen in the advertising of alcohol encourages students to drink as they want to identify with their sporting heroes. Well, substance abuse also affects communities and individuals in a deep and sometimes irreversible manner. Families are broken because of fathers, mothers, and youngsters who abuse substances. The abusers become a financial and health burden to their families and communities. Crime increases and destruction of property and municipal infrastructure becomes the order of the day. For example, if you go to many graveyards and community halls in our townships, you will find that the palisades fences are down because the metal bolts holding them together have been stolen by Nyaupe Wonga abusers. Instead of recording progress, our municipalities announce losses. In addition, substance abuse leads to an increase in disability in our communities, and this leads to more people depending on the state for their survival. People who abuse alcohol become involved in accidents due to impaired concentration and vision, resulting in them being disabled and causing the disabilities of many other innocent passengers and bystanders, if not death. During the execution of crime, some are injured by criminals and police, resulting in physical or mental disabilities that they would otherwise never have happened. Furthermore, substance abuse leads to unwanted pregnancies, sexually transmitted diseases, HIV infections, and increase in abortions performed in and around tertiary campuses and in our communities. Many girls fall prey to rapists after drinking excessive amounts of alcohol, and when they fall pregnant, they do not know who their father is. Thus, they regularly visit abortion clinics to get rid of the unwanted pregnancies and be treated for infections that they cannot explain. To counter the scourge of substance abuse on campuses, the Department of Higher Education and Training has embarked on the First Thing First campaign. As matric pupils leave school and start a new chapter in their lives, they are exposed to new environments at a life stage of greater personal independence. This requires them to be equipped with the knowledge and awareness of HIV risk factors, including unprotected sex and alcohol and substance abuse. The department also encourages post-school education institutions to draft their implementation plans for combating substance abuse on their campuses and to have substance abuse policies. The other intervention to address this scourge, I think, should be municipalities who issue out liquor licenses should not issue them to businesses closer to learning institutions, and those liquor outlets operating illegally should be shut down. Now, as I conclude, Honorable Chairperson, I remain confident that the battle against this scourge can be won if, as a social cluster, we work in partnership. Working together, we can help our young people make healthy choices that will benefit them and many generations to come. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next speaker is the Honorable Mbele.
Ngiyabonga, Sihlalo. It's clear that one of the key challenges with addressing substance abuse is inadequate resources. Long waiting lists at existing rehabilitation and treatment centers emphasize the enormous need for more of these facilities and more budgets for treatment programs. A dear national government would devote more funds to rehabilitation, and that's what we've been doing in the Western Cape, as mentioned by the Honorable Kopane. Now, it's interesting that while the Western Cape is spending 92.6 million on substance abuse prevention and treatment this year, the Gauteng Department of Social Development spends only 19 million rand more at 121.3 million, despite Gauteng having almost more than twice the population of the Western Cape. And I think that says all you need to know. Central to the solutions to substance abuse must be the understanding that economic inclusion is the foundation for social inclusion. When so many of our fellow citizens are on the margins of the economy, unemployed and often unemployable, they are deprived the sense of dignity and purpose that comes from having a sustained livelihood. they may become hopeless and they are thus more vulnerable to slipping into social ills like alcohol and drug abuse in order to dull the harshness of their bleak daily reality. That is why the DA highlights in our values charter that our country needs an economy capable of creating work, and indeed the two pillars of a DA government action program, as per our Vision 2029, would be improving education and growing the economy to create real jobs. In this way, we would not just be mopping up the floor by dealing with substance abuse at the point of treatment programs, but also be closing the tap that fosters the problem that needs to be mopped up later. Now, the Honorable Abrahams mentioned all the provisions that have come from the ANC government. She listed water, sanitation, housing, education. Fair enough, but she missed the big one, job creation. And the ANC has failed dismally on that score, and as I've explained, that is crucial to closing the tap on addressing these issues. I must say also that the Esterus operations would be a matter of course if the Narcotics Bureau was still operating. So we're playing catch-up because the specialized unit to deal with drugs was shut down. She spoke about lots of strengthening. We're strengthening the Central Drug Authority, strengthening programs. Well, it seems, according to the ANC, when we aren't strengthening, we are intensifying. When we aren't doing that, we are radicalizing. When are we going to get the basics right and just get down to implementing? And I must now turn to the Honorable Matiase, who requires a bit of attention. He blamed the Western Cape government for the DOP system, wherever it may still exist in the province. For his edification, he needs to first be informed that the responsibility for labor law compliance monitoring rests with the National Department of Labor, so you must please direct your complaint to Minister Oliphant. But secondly, the Western Cape government has not simply sat back and folded its arms in complacency. The Provincial Department of Agriculture has long created a reporting hotline where such offences can be brought to the attention of the department, and they will be referred to the National Department of Labour for follow-up through labour inspections. And for his further edification, I'd also like to inform the Honourable Matiase that the Western Cape is in fact the only province to have a government-funded and government-supported farm workers forum, where the Provincial Department of Agriculture liaises with the farm worker community representatives to listen to their issues and concerns, showing that the DA provincial government does indeed care about farm workers. So the Honourable Matiase would be well advised to check himself before he wrecks himself. It goes without saying that the impact of alcohol, drug, and substance abuse in our communities is nothing short of devastating. It destroys the potential of individuals, creates conflicts within families, and shreds the fabric of communities. What we need to address this is political will and leadership. We need real money and concrete programs, and the Western Cape DA government is indeed leading the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable the Deputy Minister of Basic Education.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Chairperson, alcohol, drug, and substance abuse or use is a global, complex challenge that faces our country and the rest of the world. It involves those that produce the drugs and the substances. It involves those that traffic it. It involves money launderers. It involves criminals. And it certainly is transnational. It does not only afflict the poor, it afflicts those who are rich. And indeed, the more affluent countries are indeed a wonderful source of attraction to those who deal in drugs. South Africa itself consumes in excess of 5 billion liters of alcohol annually, which equates to 9 to 10 liters of pure alcohol per person. That is consumption not by the poor, but by the more affluent and rich. In other words, those that imbibe alcohol are not necessarily poor. 26% of it is homebrewed, but the rest of it is acquired and purchased at huge costs. Alcohol consumption, drug abuse, excuse me. The direct consequences of alcohol and drug abuse cost the the government 1.3% of the GDP. And South Africa has one of the riskiest drinking patterns, ranking 5th in the world. South Africans drink on average 53% more than the rest of Africa. So South Africa becomes the global leader amongst those who basically indulge in risky behavior. Now, it's important that we understand that the context and the content of this debate is not about what the Western Cape does, what the ANC does, or what the DA does. It is about the future of our children. I'm not going to stand up here and say that the incidence of fetal alcohol syndrome is the highest in the Western Cape, and say because it is the highest, therefore, the Western Cape government is accountable for it. I would want to stand up and say that it is certainly an endemic, it has reached endemic proportions, and we as a government, irrespective of where we are located, have a particular responsibility to further the best interests of our children. I will not argue in a parochial and politically opportunistic way that we have more treatment centers. The reason for it is quite obvious. It is relative to the problem that exists in the Western Cape. Go to our schools, look at drug abuse in our schools. It exists in Gauteng, but certainly it is much more dominant in the Western Cape. And please, I did not interrupt your speakers. This is a discipline of the Western Cape. They want to make politics about everything else. It is sad, it is indeed sad that you want to argue about the fact that you say you disagree with the Economic Freedom Front. And the Economic Freedom Front is indeed correct. The DOP system has contributed directly to the use of drugs, and indeed it persists and the vestiges remain in the Western Cape. The question is, what has the Western Cape done
Honourable
about that
Deputy
reality?
Minister, will you just take your seat, please? Yes, Honourable Member, why are you rising?
I just wanted to check from the Deputy Minister, because we are from the same city and the same area. But
why are you rising, Honourable Member?
I want to ask him a simple question.
Honourable Deputy Minister, are you prepared to take a question?
I'm not prepared to take it. We'll discuss it after the debate. Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson.
Continue, Honourable Deputy Minister.
Honourable Chairperson, you know, it's easy to speak glibly about the economy and what you've got to do about it. But I think the political forebears of Mr. Mulder are responsible for the plight of the poorest of the poor, for those who are in fact laboring and suffering under difficult economic hardships. The DOP system was certainly initiated through them with their approval and their condemnation, and certainly they did nothing to intervene in it. Now to blame this democratic government for the past really is really opportunistic. Honourable Chairperson, I think it's important for me to say, what are we doing about it? Let us look at what the Education Department is doing. We have a national strategy on alcohol, drug, and substance use, which basically is aimed at, and the Western Cape does not have one. We have a national strategy which is adopted by the Western Cape Department of Education. They comply with it and they see its value. In fact, they utilize it as a guide, so please keep your mouth shut. Secondly, we also have a manual that guides
Order, Honourable
educators.
Members.
Honourable Chairperson, this is a difficulty out here. We're trying to have a sensible debate on a very sensitive issue out here. The colleagues on the left-hand side would not allow us to indeed debate and have a proper discourse. And that is the level of tolerance that we have from their side. I suppose, I would imagine that there may be some kind of substance that is affecting the conduct. Honourable Chairperson,
Honourable Members.
With regard to the issue,
Honourable Deputy Minister, will you continue?
Chairperson, I do believe that you can intervene and interject, but certainly you cannot distract a person when
Just continue, Honourable Deputy Minister.
Honourable Chairperson,
Order, Honourable Chief Whip of the DA.
The issue that has been raised by the Western Cape is why have we closed the narcotic branch? The reason for it is quite obvious. The drug dealing basically is transversal. It involves money laundering, it involves criminal activity, and it's not confined to drugs per se. What the South African Police Service has done is indeed strengthened its ability in terms of forensic, improve and enhance the quality and skills of its detectives to ensure that they are able to detect crime, and indeed, we've made several busts in the past few months, which really speaks to this particular reality and allowed them the opportunity to develop these skills. It does not prevent or prohibit the South African Police Service from ensuring that they do indeed have dedicated skills that deal with this particular issue. So they could prioritize it, and drugs is indeed a priority crime which receives the utmost and foremost attention of the South African Police Service. Under the leadership of the Minister of Social Development, we have an interministerial committee, and she's been able to put together the Minister of Justice, the Minister of Police, the Minister of Transport, the Minister of Education, and this is what they've done. They say that with regard to taverns, we've ensured that the Minister of Trade and Industry has indeed published legislation which would ensure that taverns are not established within a particular distance, 500 meters from a school or a place of worship. With regard to transport, the Minister of Transport has introduced, and in fact there is draft legislation available that will reduce the alcohol content from 0.5 to 0.2 to ensure that we indeed do that. With regard to health, we've ensured that we work closely with the Department of Basic Education to ensure that we work together in ensuring that there is the appropriate advocacy. With regard to education, the Department of Basic Education have ensured that it embeds this particular issue in the curriculum, that there is particular training that is provided to educators to ensure that drug awareness becomes a reality and that they are able to detect that. With regard to the manner in which we deal with the issue of drugs as it affects our youth, one should look at how the restorative justice system is applied by the Department of Education to ensure that it is not punitive, but really to recognize that it affects the social fiber of society, and that our youth should be given an opportunity, and that the community should be mobilized in a way that they show that they are caring, and that, that in their relationship with the youth who are affected, they demonstrate the spirit of Ubuntu, a spirit which certainly we draw inspiration from the ruling party. Honorable Chairperson, drugs, alcohol, and substance abuse contribute directly and indirectly to huge suffering amongst our people. At a domestic level, there is evidence in America as well as South Africa that approximately 92% of violence that occurs between intimate partners are associated with either drug or alcohol abuse, and it's something that we have to look at. But it's not all bad news. In South Africa, 51% of our male population do not indulge in drinking. 79% of our female, well done women, 79% of our female population do not indulge in alcohol. What we have to do is to say, how do we curb this particular habit amongst our people? And one of the ways to do it is to ensure that we do not have alcohol advertised, that we do not have it in the media so that it could have an impact and influence our youth. We've got to ensure that we do not have alcohol companies or beverages that are being used for the promotion of sport. Rather, we should ensure that we provide opportunities through sport so that our youth and our children are not distracted. So drugs and alcohol affects the social, the economic, the physical, the psychological elements within society, and therefore it is our collective responsibility to ensure that together we can do more. As I conclude, Honorable Chairperson, I support what the EFF has raised in terms of the malaise that we face. The only difference is basically to suggest that, and that may be another hallucination, that the 6% party would then be ruling this country is really far, far from the realities, and one has to ask, under what influence were you when you said that? I thank you so
On a
much.
point of order, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister.
On a point of order, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. Why are you rising, Honorable Member?
We are the government.
What is your
waiting.
point of order, Honorable Member?
The reality is that come
Honorable
2019, we will
Honorable
win
Member,
elections.
that's not a point of order.
And we will turn this country around.
Honorable Members, order. Honorable Member, that was not a point of order. That concludes the debate. The last item on the order paper is a motion in the name of the Leader of the Opposition, the Honorable Maimane.
Chair, may I rise on a point of order?
Honorable Maimane, would just take your seat, please. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think it's incumbent upon me as the cabinet member responsible for justice and the first respondent in the earlier matter in the Court of Court, as well as the first applicant in the pending appeal or appellant, to indicate that this debate has the risk of us treading on our own rules in terms of Rule 66, which are all aware of.
Order, honorable members.
I would like to record a chairperson. It may well be too late to preempt this debate or to intercept this debate, but it must be stated that this House is going to find itself in a difficult position of having to prosecute a debate that deals with a substance which is before a court. And I feel that it is important going forward that the Rules Committee applies itself to this unfortunate and very difficult constitutional matter.
Honorable Minister, I'll be with you now, honorable member. This matter has been discussed in various forums in Parliament. There was also a discussion in the National Assembly Programming Committee, and the Speaker took a decision that this debate should continue. We are mindful of the fact that there is a process in the court at the moment. However, we must also remind ourselves as a National Assembly that we are certainly not that court, and that we will proceed with the debate as approved by the Speaker. The Honorable Maimane.
House Chair, honorable members, Bagaitsu, Dumelang. Each of us in this House today is faced with a choice. We can choose a future based on the rule of law, where every person is equal before the law, no matter what position they hold or the wealth they've acquired, where the life of every person has equal value. Or we can choose a future based on the rule of big men, where might is right, where rich and powerful politicians literally get away with murder, where the lives of ordinary African people are cheap and expendable. In other words, ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, our choice today is a choice between the rule of law or the rule of war. If you don't believe me, honorable members, I'd like to read an extract from the Washington Post dated on the 1st of July in 2004.
Order, honorable members, order.
It says...
Order, honorable members. On my mind, will you take your seat, please? Honorable members, can we just get something straight for this afternoon's debate, please? Honorable members, all political parties in the House have a right to speak on this topic, and the different members of the parties will articulate those views. Whilst interjections are allowed, you cannot drown the Speaker at the podium with the levels of honorable members. You cannot drown the Speaker at the podium with your interjections, because that will lead to a situation where we don't hear one another. It's important for the speakers later in the debate to be able to respond what the honorable member who have moved the motion has to say to the House. Proceed, honorable member.
I'd like to read an extract from the Washington Post dated on the 1st of July 2004. It says this: at first light on Sunday, 3 young women walked into a scrubby field just outside their refugee camp in West Darfur. They'd gone out to collect straw for their family's donkeys. They recalled thinking that the Arab militiamen who were attacking African tribes at night would still be asleep. But 6 men grabbed them, yelling Arabic slurs such as Zurga and Abid, meaning black and slave. Then the men raped them, beat them, and left them on the ground. It was one of the survivors, the 22-year-old Sawela Suleiman, told a journalist, and I quote, "They grabbed my donkey and my straw and said, 'Black girl, you are too dark. You are like a dog. We want to make a light baby.'" As this young woman recounted her story, she displayed the slashes on her thighs where her attackers had repeatedly whipped her as they raped her. It is hard to imagine, but by surviving this unthinkable ordeal, this young woman was one of the lucky ones. Bagaetsho, go itlhela go feta over 400,000 men, women, children were killed in the genocide in Darfur. They were killed on the orders of a murderous tyrant by the name of Omar al-Bashir. The International Criminal Court found that there are reasonable grounds to believe that Omar al-Bashir is criminally responsible for intentionally directing attacks against a civilian population. The charges against him include the murder, extermination, forcible transfer, rape, torture, and genocide of fellow Africans. On another day, honorable members, we can debate the merits of the ICC, but this debate is about the constitution of this country. Omar al-Bashir represents everything that is dark about the world we live in. He joins the ranks of the genocidal dictators from across the globe, Hitler of Germany, Pol Pot of Cambodia, Stalin of the Soviet Union, and Chairman Mao of the People's Republic of China. These are big men of our times, and like all bullies, they are broken men whose self-esteem depends on bending others to their will. These are broken men who will stop at nothing in pursuit of power, broken men presiding over broken societies. When Nelson Mandela said that human rights will be the light that guides our foreign affairs, he issued a warning to all such broken men. He said, no more would South Africa protect dictators at the expense of ordinary people. All will be equal under the law. This government has officially abandoned Nelson Mandela's commitment to a human rights-based foreign policy on the 15th of June. That was the day Omar al-Bashir was smuggled away from South African soil in defiance of an order of the North Gauteng High Court. It was an escape aided and abetted by President Jacob Zuma himself. In fact, the AU chairperson, Zimbabwean President Robert Mugabe, confirmed during a media briefing after an AU summit, stating that Zuma said President al-Bashir would not be arrested. Indeed, on the 6th of August in this House, the President acknowledged the decision to allow al-Bashir to escape was based on a decision by his cabinet to grant al-Bashir immunity. On that day, when President Jacob Zuma helped a mass murderer escape justice, he trampled on the legacy of Tata Madiba and ultimately violated this constitution. On that day, when President Jacob Zuma chose to violate a court order, he attacked the very foundations of our constitutional democracy. House Chair, our broken president broke the law to protect yet another broken man. This is why today we've tabled a motion to to set up an ad hoc committee to look into the impeachment of President Zuma. The constitution of our country proceeds for impeachment proceedings in this constitution when a president commits such a serious violation of our constitution. The president has committed such a constitutional violation, and it's no doubt. Here are the facts. On the 12th of June, the ICC's ambassador came to South Africa at the request of to request the South African government. The ICC made it clear that South Africa is under obligation to arrest Obashir. Specifically, the ambassador was reminded that the Security Council has lifted all immunities and South Africa could not invoke any other decision, including that of the African Union, negating the obligation of the arrest. Further to this, on the 14th of June, an interim order was granted by the North Gauteng High Court prohibiting al-Bashir from leaving the Republic. This was followed by an order on the 15th of June by the same court that found the failure to arrest al-Bashir was inconsistent with the constitution of this country and that the decision by cabinet to do so was unlawful. Honorable members, there's a higher calling on those that lead our nation as the President of our Republic. It is an honor reserved only for those with the deepest commitment to the laws of our country. Yet on the 15th of June, President Jacob Zuma held a constitutional order in contempt. By aiding and abetting the escape of a convicted war criminal, the president contravened both international and domestic law. Nothing illustrates further the ANC slide into a moral abyss under President Jacob Zuma like this does. What is factually true is that gone is the party that once stood for constitutionalism and the rule of law. Gone is the selfless struggle of President Nelson Mandela. Instead, in its place, we find a shell that reverberates with empty rhetoric, a party hollowed out by President Zuma and a corrupt clique around him. The people who will bring us Nkandla Gate, Gupta Gate, Spy Gate, and coming soon to a tender near you, Nuclear Gate. I know that many in these benches are worried about the direction your party is going on. In fact, your NGC documents say exactly that. They say that there are negative trends are an injunction to the ANC to mend its ways. Honorable members, I can't agree more. But the best way for you to mend your ways is to, in fact, you simply can't fix a broken president. You can recall him today. You've done it before. You can do it today in this house. It is your opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to put South Africa on track. As someone once said, a crisis should never be wasted. We stand at the crucible of a constitutional crisis. Today, this House has a choice of either being colonized by the executive to defend President Zuma or to uphold the oath of our Constitution. So the separation of powers, each branch of government, checking and balancing each other. I can't think of a better way to affirm the supremacy of our constitutional order. So ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, join us today. Don't let this constitutional crisis go to waste. Vote to impeach President Jacob Zuma, this broken man. Nkosi sikeleli Africa, morena buluka sitjhaba sa heso. I thank you very much.
Order. The next speaker is the Honourable Minister of Small Business. Order, honourable members, order.
Chairperson of the House, I am sure that many of our people sitting at home are getting tired of this so-called broken this, broken that. As a matter
order,
of
honourable
fact,
members, order.
this very constitution that these members are busy talking, you see, they're sick of the constitution. This very constitution that they can come and wave in front of us here
We are proud members of the African National Congress. We brought it to where it is today. This very constitution that we will continue to respect is the constitution that we drew, writing on the blood, the sweat of members of the African National Congress as members of this country. So, Chairperson of the House, this future that some members talk about is a future that we decided upon many years ago. This constitution that they wave in front of us, and by the way, this former president of ours called Rolihlahla Nelson Mandela, this president that they today claim so much to have loved, is the very same people who 30 years ago could not have imagined themselves standing up to receive him in this house. So, honorable members, I wish to state from the onset that the African National Congress will not support this motion. It is a motion aimed at discrediting the leadership of the African National Congress as led by President Jacob Zuma. It is also aimed at undermining the role and responsibility of South Africa in peace-building processes of the African continent. Further, it is aimed at undermining the political, economic, and diplomatic relations of South Africa that South Africa has with the AU member states, not EU member states, AU member states. The ANC-led government has always respected and upheld the rule of law and has always acted in line with the letter and spirit of the Constitution. This motion is coming from a party whose members, I can dare say, have never stepped into any of the countries of the continent. Are members who have never known what it is to stand between warring factions to stop the war. Members who've never known what it is to duck blows and bullets while working towards peace, security, and stability in the continent. The members who are asking me if you have the capacity to read, go into the history of the role of South Africa in bringing peace in the continent, then you will know. Honorable Speaker, the question of whether South Africa has a legal obligation to arrest a sitting foreign head of state is a complex matter concerning both international and national law as far-reaching implications for the conduct of international relations, including the continent. You will never set foot where you are talking about. You know that you won't set foot there. In terms of customary international law, sitting heads of state and government are accorded criminal and civil immunity in domestic jurisdiction of another state, as well as inviolability of the person. In terms of Section 232 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, 1996, customary international law is law in South Africa unless it is inconsistent with the Constitution or Act of Parliament. Furthermore, Section 4 of the Diplomatic Immunities and Privileges Act, Act number 37 of 2001, specifically incorporates the customary international law rule pertaining to immunities of sitting heads of state and government into the South African domestic law. The International Court of Justice and other foreign jurisdictions have upheld the principle of immunity from criminal jurisdictions and inviolability of sitting heads of state. It is submitted that the complex issues in South Africa's domestic law regarding the immunities and inviolability of sitting president for whom the ICC has issued a warrant of arrest have not been finally considered by the South African courts, as the legal process has yet to be exhausted. The High Court is presently considering the government's application for leave to appeal the decision of the High Court on the matter of South Africa's obligation in this regard. Stop howling. A number of procedural and legal grounds for appeal have been advanced in this regard. The outcome of the appeal process, which may also reach the Constitutional Court, should not be prejudged, as they may ultimately result in a different decision. Honorable Speaker, it should be noted that the indictment of President al-Bashir would have potentially destroyed efforts led by the Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa, as well as the AU, in bringing about peace in the region and the country. In addition, it would have affected South Africa's standing in relation to its national and diplomatic relations in the continent and beyond. And here we sit with members who never lifted a finger to even have us have the diplomatic relations that we have with the African continent. And I repeat again, I would like to see them in Cameroon, in Sierra Leone, in Senegal, in any of the African countries. I've never met any one of them there, all these members sitting this side. I wish to remind this House that it was in the main the efforts also of the ANC, under the leadership and guidance of former President Nelson Mandela, and its principles of achieving peaceful solutions to conflict-related challenges. South Africa is free today from the demon of apartheid. The evidence of South Africa's commitment to the promotion of peace, stability, and development in the continent is premised on our foreign policy, is clearly demonstrated in our successful interventions as led by former presidents Nelson Mandela, Thabo Mbeki, Kgalema Motlanthe, and this resonates even today through the leadership of President Jacob Zuma and Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa, and indeed in the current chairperson of the AU, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, our own. This, Honorable Speaker, is South Africa's leadership par excellence. I doubt that some of the honorable members left of the House consider this as progress for the African continent. Chairperson, South Africa will therefore continue to uphold its national interests which are not understood by some members of this side of the House, and that our continent, on the basis that we believe that our development is intrinsically linked to that of our neighbors and is premised on the prioritization of the African agenda. Through our collective efforts, we are jointly championing Africa's blueprint for development, Agenda 2063. As we speak to the people of South Africa, these are the facts. In relation to our obligation under international law, South Africa ratified the Rome Statute in 2000 and adopted implementation legislation in 2002. The Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court provides in Article 27 that official capacity, such as head of state, government, or government, would not exempt for a person from criminal jurisdiction under the statute. However, also Article 98 provides that the court may not proceed with a request for the surrender of a person, which would require the requested state to act inconsistently with the obligation under international law with respect to the state or diplomatic immunity of a person or property of a third state, unless the court can first obtain the cooperation of the third state for waiver of such immunity. No such waiver has been obtained from Sudan, which in our view rendered the request from the court to South Africa to arrest and surrender President al-Bashir inoperable. We have consistently stated that South Africa's obligation to the African Union, and therefore our responsibility under the African Union Constitutive Act, the principle of the Union Constitutive Act include, among others, sovereign equality and interdependence among states, non-interference by members of state in the internal affairs of another.
Honorable Minister, your time has expired.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I think we've made our statement and it's understood.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Gardi.
Thank you, House Chairperson. It is a contradiction of natural laws of justice for a serving minister to sing for her dinner and expect that she will say anything to disappoint the dinner provider. And we are not surprised that the National Assembly rules do provide for the unleashing of the executive to also discuss whether the person unto whom they serve at his pleasure, actually they should debate a motion to impeach such a person. Notwithstanding that, Chairperson,
Order, honorable
the
members.
EFF does agree with the motion that the president actually should go. It's long overdue. Actually, he should be thrown in the dustbin of history because he was an electoral disaster. However, the EFF does not agree with the reason for his impeachment. Actually, here are the reasons for his impeachment. He should be impeached for all the reasons that he's running away from 783 charges, spending from corruption and his conduct with Shabir Sheikh. He should actually be impeached for closing his eye on the Inkandla spending, wherein he unduly benefited and is in total disregard to the findings of the public protector. The president should actually be impeached for the senseless killing of our people in Marikana, our people in Relela, our people in Motlutong, and the death of Tatane in Fixburg. Those should be the reason for his impeachment. Mr. Zuma should actually be impeached for quite a number of reasons, including the slow pace of our economic growth. There are more than 50,000 jobs lost in the past quarter of the year, and more yet to be lost before the end of this year. The president should be impeached for allowing the disrespect of constitutional institutions that support democracy. That should be the reason for his impeachment. Lest we forget quite a number of reasons for his impeachment. Mr. Zuma should be impeached for sending our young people to countries of conflict to protect the business interest of his nephew in the Central African Republic. Those should be the reason for his impeachment. The president actually should be impeached and prevented from taking further destructive decisions such as the nuclear gate that is haunting the country, the cost of which the country cannot even afford, and money which they don't have. I hope you hear very well, Mr. Jackson Mthembu there. The EFF will support the establishment of an ad hoc committee to inquire holistically on the incapacity of the president to hold office, not only because he refused to get Mr. al-Bashir arrested. Those who want Mr. al-Bashir, they can take the next available flight to Sudan, look for him somewhere in a town called Khartoum, or somewhere in Darfur where our young people are conducting peacekeeping activities there, but not in our country. That could be a declaration of war to another state. And accordingly, and in conclusion, House Chair, Magahambe Uzuma, he just have to go, he would wegloop, but not for the reason of al-Bashir, but for the reason the economic freedom fighters advance, that he is in total disrespect of the Constitution.
Point of order. Honorable. Honorable Gadi. Honorable.
Just take a seat, Honorable Gadi. Why are you rising, Honorable Chief?
Honorable House Chair. Honorable Gadi, at least it doesn't matter. We don't ask him to like the president, but call him Honorable President Zuma.
Honorable Gadi.
There is nowhere in the provision of the National Assembly rules that any person
Honorable
must be called
Gadi,
an honorable.
Honorable Gadi, your time
Mr.
has
Zuma.
expired.
Thank you, but they've had.
Your time has expired.
Magahamba uZuma, phansi ngoZuma.
Order, honorable members. Order. The next speaker is the Honorable Mwango.
Honorable Chairperson.
Order, honorable members.
Honorable Chairperson, it is no coincidence that this matter is brought before this House on this first day of spring. There is strong argument that South Africa and its governance is indeed in desperate need of a thorough spring cleaning. Honorable Speaker, when a government abuses its executive authority by utterly and contemptuously derogating from international and domestic legal obligations, it strikes a clear blow to the very heart of the foundation stone of the rule of law in our country. It dismisses with contempt everything that a democratic and constitutionally supreme South Africa was built upon and stands for. President Bashir is a wanted man. The United Nations estimates that he is responsible for the deaths of over 300,000 people since 2003. South Africa, through its accession to the Rome Statute in 2000, obligated itself to arrest al-Bashir as soon as he landed on South African soil. Article 86 of the statute expressly confers a duty on state parties to, I quote, cooperate fully with the court in its investigation and prosecution of crimes within the jurisdiction of the court, unquote. Our executive, through what can only be assumed to be orders from the state president, not only failed to arrest al-Bashir when he landed in South Africa, but also dismissed with great contempt its own high court rulings that al-Bashir be detained pending the conclusion of an application brought by the South African Litigation Center when it acted positively in allowing him to quietly depart via Waterkloof Air Force Base. In so doing, we flouted not only international law, but also our very own domestic law. As has been correctly stated in the draft resolution before this House today, a number of foundational legal principles have been trampled upon by this very government, namely Section 1, 2, 83, subsection A, Section 85, 165, and 231, subsection 4 of the Constitution. The Rome Statute of 2002, the interim court order of the North Gauteng High Court on 14 June 2015, the court order of 15 June, as well as the judgment on the 23rd of June. This government, through its actions, has defiantly destroyed any standing it held within the community of nations. On any international stage, the message is loud and clear. Under this government and this president, South Africa
Honourable
is
member,
not
your
to
time
be
has expired
and cannot be trusted to perform. The IFP will support the establishment of an ad hoc committee into the fitness of the president.
The next speaker is the Honourable Kubisa.
Chairperson, honourable members, the motion before us calls for the establishment of an ad hoc committee to inquire whether the president should be removed from office on the grounds of serious violation of the Constitution in accordance with Section 89(1)(a). The NFP stated before that the preamble in the Constitution of our party binds us to uphold and defend the supremacy of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. We will not shy away from our response to do so even today. The whole question regarding the arrival and departure of Sudanese President al-Bashir has presented our government with a dilemma. On the other hand, there was the legal obligation upon government to respect our Constitution, which requires us to give effect to the international instruments to which we are a signatory. There is also an obligation to respect the doctrine of the separation of powers and adherence to the rule of law. On the other hand, our government desired to identify Pan-Africanist sympathy by not arresting al-Bashir. While we sympathize with the Pan-Africanist view, we believe that it is incumbent on the government to withdraw as a signatory of the IEC if it is unhappy with the way the IEC operates. Having said that, Chairperson, I think we need to look at the broader matters that are affecting our country. It's not the time to be defensive and shift the blame to business at this time. The ANC government through bad forecasting, through poor planning and maladministration, has led all of us to this quagmire. The NFP wants to make a clarion call that it's time for everybody to stand up and heal the economy of the country. Let us bring together all the people, business, labor, government, everybody, because our country is now in a crisis. We're facing an economic meltdown in our country. We're on the verge of recession. This administration has steered the country to oblivion. The mining sector could lose jobs to the tune of 11,798, and unions say job losses could be as high as 19,000. This is the situation which I point to you that really there is a need for an ad hoc committee to look at all these matters in our country. We are in an economic slump. Textile, agricultural sectors have also been hard hit. Jobs will be lost. Most companies are already experiencing a pinch and in commodity sales, and also a slow down in profits and shares. The NFP has been always calling upon government to make sure that you speed up job creation and leveling the ground for SMEs to thrive in our country. There is a lot that is untoward in this country. We need to come up with a robust plan for industrialization in our country, not only around cities, but also in rural areas. The energy crisis, failure by government to normalize labor, employers, business relations, poor management in state-owned enterprise have all led to the country to this quagmire. Therefore, we'll call for an ad hoc committee that will look at all these matters. Ordinary people are now facing a bleak
your time
future.
has
Thank you.
expired. The next speaker is the Honourable Self.
House Chairperson, the Minister of Small Business came to this podium and she waved a constitution around and said that she, as a proud member of the ANC, had brought the constitution to us. Well, you know what, House Chair, I was a member of the Constitutional Assembly, but I don't recall the Minister of Small Business being there. That's why I tend to know what's in the Constitution, unlike the Minister. House Chair, the motion before this House seeks to set in process the removal of President Zuma from office on the grounds that he has committed a serious violation of the Constitution or the law. That, in part, is the wording of Section 89 of our Constitution. This House is not being asked whether we like President Zuma or whether we don't like him. We're not being asked whether we think he's done a good job or a bad job as president. We're not even being asked whether or not we like President al-Bashir. These are all matters of opinion. But in this motion, we are not being asked our opinion. We are being asked whether or not President Zuma committed a serious violation of the Constitution or the law. That is a determination on the facts. When he was sworn in as president, Jacob Zuma undertook to, quote, obey, observe, uphold, and maintain the Constitution and all other law of the Republic. But as a matter of fact, when President al-Bashir came to South Africa in the middle of June, President Zuma did not obey, observe, uphold, and maintain the Constitution and all other law of the Republic. President Zuma knew that South Africa had acceded to the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court. He knew that while he was a leader of government business, this Parliament passed a law called the Implementation of the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, Act 27 of 2002, to implement it. That is a, quote, law of the Republic. He also knew that on or about the beginning of June 2015, President al-Bashir had been invited to and proposed to attend the AU summit in South Africa. This much is confirmed by an affidavit attested to by Dr. Lubisi, the Director General of the Presidency and the Secretary of the Cabinet. According to Dr. Lubisi, President Zuma also knew that the International Criminal Court had issued 2 warrants of arrest against President al-Bashir for various crimes as defined in the Rome Statute. As Dr. Lubisi puts it, let us be less delicate. These various crimes are crimes against humanity, genocide, gang rape, ethnic cleansing, and forcible displacement of the people of Darfur. In fact, he knew, or he ought to have known, that on the 28th of May, the registrar of the ICC spoke to our embassy in the Netherlands, A, to alert South Africa that President al-Bashir was attending the AU summit, and B, to advise the government what its obligations were under the Rome Statute. That notwithstanding, the cabinet held a meeting, according to Dr. Lubisi's affidavit, to decide, quote, whether the Republic of South Africa is required to arrest President Bashir while attending the AU summit, unquote. The cabinet then deliberately decided, under President Zuma's leadership, despite the explicit provisions of the Implementation Act of 2002, not to arrest President al-Bashir in terms of the ICC warrant. What that means is that the President and the Cabinet deliberately resolved to break the law. The President decided that the law did not apply to him and his government. That is a fact. No one can dispute it. But it gets worse. Because on Sunday,
Chair,
the 14th of June...
Honourable Self, will you take your seat, please? Why are you rising, Honourable Minister?
Chairperson, if you look at the draft resolution, part 2 of it, paragraph A to H.
Order, Honourable Minister. I can't hear the Honourable Minister.
Specify the specific matters which will be the subject of the inquiry by the ad hoc committee that is sought to be established. What Mr. Self and before him, his own leader, sought to do is to preempt the work of that committee by putting to this House as fact
thank you, Honourable
matters
Minister.
that are the subject of an inquiry by the committee. Could you rule whether these assertions are actually proper and actually relevant?
Thank you, Honourable Minister. As I indicated earlier, we're dealing here with a political debate, and we will proceed within the ambits of the motion as it is in front of us. Continue, Honourable Member.
Thank you, House Chair. As I was saying, it gets worse. On Sunday, the 14th of June, the Gauteng North High Court issued an order in the following terms, and I quote it. President Omar al-Bashir of Sudan is prohibited from leaving the Republic of South Africa until a final order is made in this application, and the respondents, that is the government, are directed to take all necessary steps to prevent him from doing so. All necessary steps. Instead of giving effect to this court order, President Zuma's government took every care to flout its provisions. They allowed al-Bashir's plane to be moved from OR Tambo to Waterkloof Air Force Base. Units of the police escorted al-Bashir to Waterkloof. Instead of arresting them, they assisted him to escape. Now, this constitutes a conspiracy to flout a court order and contempt of court. But then, when the President and the Cabinet have already resolved to break the law, should this really surprise us? When the Secretary General of the ANC accuses the courts of what he calls, quote, judicial purism, and says, quote, court orders like this will from time to time be disregarded, what do you expect? When the Minister of Higher Education accuses the judiciary of sailing too close to the wind, should this astonish us? Now, the President took an oath to uphold the Constitution and all law, but as a matter of fact, he hasn't. Now, honourable members must vote on this motion. We likewise all took an oath to, quote, obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution and all laws of the Republic. We have no choice as honourable members in all conscience but to vote in favour of this motion. I thank you.
The next speaker is the Honourable Kwankwa.
Well, I thank you very much, House Chair and honourable members. If this motion had been brought to the Parliament for any other reason, for any reason other than al-Bashir, the United Democratic Movement would have supported it. But on the basis that this matter is about al-Bashir, we do not support this motion. Sithetha kanye la ibithethwa ngu-Honorable Gardi, saying there are many other issues that we should have brought into the issue to talk about it. We strongly believe that we must do everything, as we say that, in our power to protect and promote the rule of law, for it, among other things, fortifies the mechanisms that enforce and safeguard our human rights. The circumstances surrounding the departure of President al-Bashir and the resultant tensions between the judiciary and the executive, as Judge Mukhweng quite correctly put it recently, the situation provides a moment of deep reflection. Indeed, it is in reflecting honestly on these issues that will make us more aware, deeply aware, of the profound truths that will lead us to the right path. Let us not delude ourselves, Honorable Member. Arresting a sitting president would have been foolhardy and would have constituted a declaration of war. It would have scuppered all our efforts to bring peace and stability in Sudan and the rest of the continent. It would have also alienated us from the continent. My fellow compatriots, contrary to popular belief, our success as a country, both economically and otherwise, is inextricably linked to that of the continent. If you just look in terms of trade terms, without Africa, we're completely insignificant. Borrowing the words of John Donne in his poem, No Man is an Island, we should understand, and I quote, that South Africa is not an island, entire of itself. All of us are a piece of the continent, a part of the main. Therefore, reflecting on these issues compels us to pose the question: if it is international practice to grant diplomatic immunity to leaders for such events, why should the situation be different for the African Union? The challenge is that the implicit suggestion is that the AU is an illegitimate institution to which no international practices or standards should apply, which is both unfortunate and completely unacceptable. In addition, what we should be looking at is, from a legal perspective, we should establish and rectify the inconsistencies that seem to exist between our laws and the AU statutes. In the meantime, I venture to suggest that the real debate should be about how to prevent the abuse of diplomatic immunity by bad leaders. In conclusion, we should establish whether in its current form the ICC supports our cause of building an African continent in which we all look forward to the sunrise of our tomorrow. Asizukuba zii-guinea pigs, the ICC apha, lamasela.
The next speaker is the Honorable Groenewald. Order, honorable members, order.
If the ANC members are so sure that the Honourable President is innocent, why don't you support this motion? Because then you have the opportunity to prove his innocence. But if you do not support it, it seems you have something to hide and you have doubt in yourselves. If you are a member and you want to ensure that you comply to your responsibilities, you will support this motion, or else you also become runaway MPs like the runaway president. That is what is happening. Agbare voorsitter, as die ANC so seker is dat die president nie die grondwet oorskry nie, hoekom is dit dan dat daar 'n gesprek moet plaasvind tussen die grondwetregters, die regbank en die regering? Dit op sigself dui dat daar 'n probleem is. Net verlede week vergader hulle en daar word ooreengekom dat die regering en die regbank mekaar nie sal kritiseer nie. Skaars 'n paar dae daarna kom die agbare minister van Hoër Onderwys, kommunis nommer 1, en wat sê hy? Hy maak 'n aanval op die regbank en sê hulle skep onderhoud of onderskeid tussen ryk mense in die hof en arm mense, en mense met 'n hoë profiel. Dan het ek nêrens gehoor dat daar ingetree is nie. Maar verbaas ons dit, agbare voorsitter? Want wat is die uitgangspunt van die agbare president oor die grondwet? En kom ek lees vir u. In 1996 haal die Eastern Province Herald in die Natal Witness hom aan, waar hy op 17 November lede toegespreek het in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, en hy sê die volgende. The ANC was more important than the Constitution. No political force can destroy the ANC. It is only the ANC that can destroy itself, and the Constitution was only there to regulate matters. Dis wat die agbare president dink van die grondwet. Ek wil vandag vir u sê, dit suurdeeg tot op grondvlak. Die agbare president is bekommerd oor 141 mense wat die naweek gesterf het in 110 motorongelukke. Want die mense is wetteloos. Hy stel die voorbeeld. Ek wil vir u sê, 'n boer sal vir u sê, 'n bondpoot borsluis het die vermoë, net een, as hy 'n bees gebyt het, word hy siek en hy gaan dood. Ek wil vir u sê,
Honourable member, your time has expired.
Die president is soos 'n bondpoot borsluis.
Honourable member,
As
your
hy die
time has
reg verontagsaam, sal die mense op grondvlak dit ook verontagsaam.
The next speaker is the Honourable Swart.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP believes that there may be some validity to the argument that the ICC has shown bias towards prominent African figures whilst ignoring serious human rights violations elsewhere. There may also be legitimate legal questions about whether President al-Bashir was actually on South African soil while attending the AU summit in Sandton, or whether, by way of a legal fiction, he was on territory temporarily under AU control. Even if we were to accept both these positions, however, as the government seems to have done, these arguments should have been made while following the due process of international and domestic law. These arguments were, in any event, rejected by the full bench of the North Gauteng High Court. But even if we accept these positions, the way to resolve the argument, and it is a complex matter, one is almost between a rock and a hard place, but the due process of law, international and domestic. South Africa is free to withdraw from the Rome Statute. We are free to. That brought the IC into being. We have not withdrawn from it. Therefore, we are bound by it. The government is also free to apply for leave to appeal the North Gauteng High Court judgment, and as it is doing, it has done this. What the government is not free to do is to ignore its obligations under international law or to act in violation of the Constitution and basically to display contempt for the High Court. All of which, by allowing President al-Bashir to leave and perhaps even assisting him to do so, it has done. Any flight from Waterkloof Air Base cannot take place without government knowledge. And we know that in a democracy there are few things as important as the rule of law. So let's separate the issue here. Our Constitution recognizes this by naming the supremacy of the Constitution and the rule of law as the founding provision right at the beginning in Section 1. Everything else in the Constitution, and therefore in the rest of the law, flows from this and depends on this. In the absence of the rule of law, we are left at the mercy of arbitrary, capricious, and unacceptable and unaccountable rule, exactly the kind of which we saw in operation when President al-Bashir was allowed to leave. The ACDP will support this motion. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Mtembu.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the Constitution is very clear on how you can dishonor a sitting president. It says the National Assembly, by a resolution adopted with a supporting vote of at least 2/3 of its members, may remove the president from office only on the following grounds. 1, a serious violation of the Constitution or the law. 2, a serious misconduct. 3, inability to perform the function of office. Despite the President Zuma not having been dishonored by this House, his office and his person continues to be abused in this House as demonstrated by this DA motion. The AU and President al-Bashir matter is not a President Zuma matter. It's the government of the Republic that was brought before the South Gauteng High Court. And I can also assure you that it's our government that is appealing the judgment of that High Court. Therefore, the ANC rejects with contempt any notion of an ad hoc committee to inquire into the fitness of President Zuma to hold office. There is no constitutional or parliamentary basis for such an ad hoc committee to be established. By the way, this is not the first time that President Zuma has suffered abuse from Honorable Maimane and the DA. During the State of the Nation address this year, this honorable member called President Zuma dishonorable. He even called him a broken man. Indeed, Honorable Maimane, you played the man. You did not play his politics. You also did not play his party's politics. But we understand why you did that. Because you are trying all attempt to outdo the EFF in the vile and insult stakes. Honorable Maimane, you have moved away from informed and decent plurality of debate into the gutter EFF politics. That's where you are. That's where you sit. House Chair, when the EFF, which parades itself as the 1930s Hitler-Nazi outfit, disrupted the SONA 2015 and abused the president.
Point of order.
Honorable Mtembu, will you take your seat, please? While you're rising, Honorable Member.
Chairperson, this member who wants us to refer to him as an honorable member has got the guts to refer to EFF as something nearer to Nazi and fascist organization.
Order, honorable members.
And if you will allow that, Chairperson, that he does not withdraw that and you don't make a ruling. In fact, there's a precedent in this House that you shall never refer to any person next to anything associated with Nazi and Hitler. Can you withdraw that fast so that he's allowed to speak? Otherwise, he's going to have a problem.
Order, honorable members. Order. Honorable Mtembu, did you refer to the political party in that way?
Honorable Chair, I said it parades itself as the 1930 Hitler-Nazi outfit. That's how it parades itself. I never referred to it.
Honorable Mtembu, will you withdraw the reference, please?
As it pleases you, sir.
Honorable Mtembu, will you just withdraw,
I
please?
withdraw, sir.
Thank you. Continue, honorable member.
And the EFF continued to abuse the president, parliament, and the voters of this country. Honorable Maimane supported the abuse of the president by marching out of the chamber with them and challenging in a court of law the instrument that presiding officers used to remove them from this chamber. In fact,
on the point of order,
that support of the EFF by the DA has emboldened.
Why are you rising, honorable member?
yes, on the point of order, House Chair, I think I'm going to agree with.
No, what is the point of order?
I'm making my point, Chair.
What is the point of order?
Yes, I'm making my point. Then you'll rule me out after I'm making my point. Can you give me an opportunity?
Can you briefly make your point of order,
I'm doing
please?
so, House Chair. The Honorable Minister of Defense to say that we need to bring a breathalyzer in this House.
No, honorable member, that is not a point of order. In fact, honorable member, we must not abuse the point of order to make a certain view. Your party had the opportunity to participate in the debate. Continue, honorable member.
It's that support of the EFF by the DA.
Can you take your seat, honorable Mtembu? Why are you rising, honorable member?
May I address you?
On what?
The attitude that comes from your chair and your table
Honorable member.
makes this house to degenerate.
Honorable member.
Can you treat us like honorable members, all of us?
We expect.
If an EFF member stands up and speaks, you continue to intimidate them.
Thank you, honorable
Can you
member.
stop
Will you
that?
take your seat, please? Continue, honorable member.
It's your support, Honorable Maimane of the EFF, and the dear support of this outfit that has emboldened them to object to everything in this house. They object to every bill, they object to every treaty, they object to every committee report, and they object to every motion without notice, making a farce of this august house. The EFF continues to oppose the president by disrupting his question and answer sessions in this house. On one occasion, by the way, the president was stopped from finishing his answers to questions posed by the House, whilst on another occasion, the president was literally stopped from even starting to answer the questions. Honorable Maimane, you marveled at the abuse of the head of state to an extent where you could not address this House. You never raised a finger, let alone threaten to go to court in defense of the president and his constitutional obligation. So much for your warped sense of defending the Constitution. Through your sanctioning of the EFF abuse of the president, the sanctioning of its anarchy in this House, the sanctioning of its disrespect in this House, the sanctioning of its rudeness in this House, the sanctioning of its total disregard.
House Chair. I think.
Order. What is your point of order,
I
honourable
think
member?
it's time we bring a breathalyzer inside this
Honourable
house.
member, that's not a point of order.
Because some members from the other side who take a podium, they behave
Honourable
as if they're
member,
drunk.
it's not a point of
And I
order.
think we need to
Will
bring
you take
a
your seat,
breathalyzer
honourable
in
member?
this house.
Take your seat, honourable member.
We
That's not a
cannot-
point of order.
We cannot be called names and be casted
Honourable member,
aspersion
take
by the
your
member.
seat.
The member must refrain from casting
Honourable
aspersion
member, I'm
to
asking
EFF
you
members.
now to take your seat. Thank you. Thank you. Continue, honourable member.
Your sanctioning of their rudeness and total disregard of our parliament rules and ethics has indeed turned our democratic parliament into a laughingstock and a joke amongst our people, the people in this continent, and the people of the world. Thanks to you, Honorable Maimane. Whilst we are pained,
Point of order, Chair. Point of order.
Honourable Mtembu.
No.
Order, honourable members. Honourable members, order. Order, honourable members.
Point of order, Chair.
What is your point of order, honourable member?
Point of order.
Order, honourable members.
Honourable Chair,
Yes.
EFF has never abused people of South Africa. EFF has defended
Honourable
people of
member,
South Africa.
that's not a point of order.
It is, it is.
It's not a point of
It
order.
is. We shall defend people
Honourable
of South
member,
Africa
it's not
when the head of
a point
state
of order.
used by Guptas
Take your seat, honourable
selling
member.
our own public broadcasters to
Honourable
Guptas.
member, will you
We
please take your
defend
seat?
people of South Africa.
Honourable member,
We will defend them.
please take your seat.
We will defend them.
Honourable member, please take your seat. Honourable Mtembu, continue, please. Order, honourable members, order.
whilst we are pained by these antics, we will continue
Honourable
to fight them.
There's another point of order. What is your point of order, honourable minister?
My point of order, Chair, is that the honorable member who was speaking just now, he said food tech. He must withdraw that and very quickly.
Honourable member, that you use that word.
I've never said it.
Honourable members, no. Just calm down, honourable members. Calm down. Calm down, take a deep breath and calm down. I'll check the recording to hear what the honourable member has said, And if indeed there is a problem with what the member have said, then I'll come back to the House to make a ruling in that regard. Continue, Honourable Member Mthembu.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order.
What is the point of order, Honourable Member?
Can you teach the ANC members that
no,
I'm
not a teacher, I'm a presiding officer. I'm no longer a teacher, I'm a presiding officer. Honourable members, honourable members, honourable members, we want to continue and conclude this debate. I have the whole evening. Really, I'm not in a hurry to leave. So if you want to continue interjecting, you are going to create a problem. Order, honourable members. Why are you rising, honourable member?
Ngiyabonga lapho ngaphambili. Bengifuna ukwazi nje ukuthi yini makusukuma uNjomane njengemember yala iParliament evumelekile kuvele kuhlekwe bakhulume yonke into uzangabe usho lento ayisho nje abamhloniphi why bangamhloniphi ngoba naye umele abantu base South Africa.
Thank you.
Ngiyacela lapha ke nilungise leyo nto ungabe bikho umuntu obhekela phansi.
Thank you, honourable member. Order, honourable members. Honourable members. Honourable members. Honourable members. Honourable members, I'm appealing you to respect the House. I'm appealing you that you assist us so that we can continue with the debate. Let us treat all the honourable members. Let us treat each other with the necessary respect as members of this House. Continue, Honourable Mthembu.
Chair, whilst we are pained by these
Order, honourable members
of the DA and the EFF, we'll continue to fight them with everything at our disposal, including the new instruments we approved in this House recently. We nonetheless know, House Chair, that there is common purpose between the two. We know that. You are joined at the hip by a strong desire for regime change in this country. You want the president and the ANC removed from seat of government through foul means. Through foul means. You are following dictates of owners of the DA who are sitting comfortably somewhere in Washington and London, who instructed you to merge with Dr. Mampele and effect this regime change. With you, EFF, you were born out of hatred for the ANC and its leaders, including President Zuma, for expulsion of Floyd Shibambo and Julius Malema. You are here because you are angry.
Honourable Mthembu, will you take your seat? Yes, honourable member, why are you rising? Order.
Chairperson, Chapter 5 of the Rules of the National Assembly.
Honourable members, I can't hear what the honourable member has to say. Continue, Honourable Shivambu.
Chapter 5 of the Rules of the National Assembly provides for rules of the debate. And part of the rules there in Rule 50 is on irrelevance and repetition. In essence, that rule is saying that members who debate them must not be irrelevant. And we understand his limitation, he might be under the influence of something, but he's irrelevant. He's irrelevant. There's an issue on the table here about establishment of an ad hoc committee with regards to...
Thank you, honourable member, you've made your point.
It's irrelevant.
You've made your point.
You must speak to the issue that's on the table and not just throw some cheap insults which are not assisting with anything.
Honourable Shivambu, you've made your point.
To order. Let them debate all these
Honourable
issues.
Shivambu, you have made your point.
But it must not be irrelevant.
You have made your point. Will you take your seat
Guideline
down?
of this particular process.
Please take your seat now.
But please rule on the relevance of this.
The Honourable Mulder.
This guy.
Honourable Chairperson, I'm trying to understand the point of order. The point of order refers to Rule 50, which says irrelevance. And if I understand the Honorable Shivambu correctly, he says by referring to the EFF, the speaker is irrelevant.
No.
So I understand that because of
I
the
think
irrelevance, they should...
I think Honorable Mulder, you and the Honorable Shavambu can discuss that in another forum. However, Honorable Members, as I've indicated here, this is a political debate that is taking place here in the House, and I will allow the debate to continue within the ambit of the resolution as is there. Honorable Mtembu, will you continue, please?
We said, Honorable Chair, the motion was brought into this House as a form of abuse for President Zuma. And we are continuing in that vein by saying that this outfit called the EFF was born out of hatred for President Zuma and other ANC leaders precisely because they were ejected from the ANC. And therefore, it's very unfortunate that the DA is supporting a group of people who are here to use parliament to settle political scores and who are driven by personal vendettas.
Honorable Mtembu, will you take your seat, please? Why are you rising, Honorable Member?
Chairperson, the speaker...
Order, Honorable Members.
I won't help you to howl.
No,
I'm here to
Honorable Gardi, put your point of order, please.
I was never expelled from the Congress movement. And he can't make aspersions and mislead the nation and lie here in this honorable House that we were ejected from the ANC.
Honorable Gardi, that is not a point of order.
Were you there?
Honorable Gardi, that is not a point of order. That's a point of view. It's a debate that you must have with the Honorable Member.
Aspersions and misleading
Will you take your seat now, please?
We were never expelled, man.
Will you take your seat now, please? Honorable Mtembu, will you conclude now, please?
People of this country know their history. House Chair, I'm confident that the people of South Africa will judge the DA and the EFF for what they are. Unpatriotic compatriots of opposites. This DA animal is a far different animal from the organization that was led by the likes of Ma'am Helen Suzman, who is probably shaking in a grave for witnessing what her organization has become. A pitiful shadow of its former self. The likes of Van Zeisler, Bertoni Leon, Colin Eglin, and Sheila Kamera were robust and fierce interrogators of government and its programs. They did not abuse the head of state. They located themselves within the ambit of the Constitution whilst not shying away from their opposition role. I'm quite certain that they too are embarrassed by what you, Honorable Maimane, have made out of their organization. You have got their organization to the lowest of lows, politically and otherwise. Despite
Point of order, House Chair.
we reject.
Just take your seat, please. Yes, Honorable Kupane.
House Chair, may you please ask the honorable member to stick to the point of the debate?
No, that's not a point
the
of order.
ANC does not have points. That's
Honorable
why
Member,
he's fumbling
that
around.
is not a point of order.
Yes.
Honorable Mtembu, will you conclude, please?
Despite and notwithstanding the abuse of our president through motions and other antics in this House, President Zuma remains unbroken and he continues to lead South Africa with distinction. The same can be said about the African National Congress. We are unstoppable, unbreakable, and ever ready to be of service to our people. It is for this reason that the majority of South Africans will continue to vote for the African National Congress and President Zuma. We reject this motion with the contempt it deserves.
Order, honorable members, order. The next speaker is the Honorable Gordy. Order, honorable members.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, comrades and honorable members. To the APC, this resolution, though clothed in legal niceties, is no more than a political program for the DA, whose end goal we do not know. As such, the APC will not be a horse to be ridden by the DA jockey to win its prize. The form is different, but the content is the same. We have debated motions of no confidence hardly a year after the general elections. It looks like no more than an attempt to subvert and undermine majority rule. Same way the right-wing Republicans have been doing to Barack Obama in America. So as the APC, we don't support this resolution. We have stated before that we would not have supported the humiliation and provocation.
Order, honorable members.
We have stated before that we would not have supported the humiliation and provocation of attempting to arrest a sitting head of state, an African one, against the expectations of the continent.
Order, honorable members.
When the then Israeli Foreign Minister, Tzipi Livni, landed in London, there was a warrant for her. Not only was she allowed to fly out, the then British Prime Minister, Gordon Brown, phoned her to apologize and promised that British laws will be amended so that no Israeli minister could ever be arrested in Britain. The expectations of the imperialists, their political and NGO beachheads, that South Africa would attempt to arrest President Omar al-Bashir is founded in a neo-colonial mindset. The poverty, unemployment, and inequality that deny the majority of our people the material benefits of freedom is what must be at the center of our debates and work in this House. President al-Bashir is in Sudan, but the poor of our country are here with us. They will soon be remembered for their votes, yet they are not a priority in the daily soaping in this House. The APC does not support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. The next speaker, order. Next speaker is the Honorable the Deputy Minister of Justice and Correctional Services, responsible for justice and constitutional development. Order, honorable members.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable members, the shortcomings of this motion are quite obvious. In the draft resolution, the Honorable Maimane refers to the Constitution and the rule of law. But the matter is currently before the court. The ANC government has applied for leave to appeal. Taking a matter to court means applying and upholding the rule of law. The President, in fact, is not even one of the 12 respondents in the matter. Our argument in broad terms is over the relationship between the interpretation of the implementation of the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court Act and the Diplomatic Immunities and Privileges Act. I'm not going to go into those arguments. It's a legal question and one which is up to the court to determine. And only a court, and not the Honourable Maimane or the Honourable Self, can decide whether or not we're in contempt of court. The context that needs to be considered, as I explained when this matter was debated previously, because this is the second time we are debating it, is the impact of South Africa arresting President Bashir or even preventing him from leaving. What impact that impact would have imperiled our bilateral relations with Sudan, the African Union, and other states on the continent. President al-Bashir was in South Africa at the invitation of the African Union for the AU summit, and therefore we accept that he had diplomatic immunity on the same basis as to why the United States of America does not arrest foreign heads of state when they attend the UN General Assembly. Does the Honourable Maimane care about the impact of arresting a sitting head of state attending an African Union Heads of State summit at which he understands...
Order, honourable members.
Does the Honourable Maimane care about the people of Sudan, really? Our former President Thabo Mbeki, the head of the AU High-Level Implementation Panel, recently said that President al-Bashir is a critical component of the peacemaking process in Sudan based on the wishes of the people there. He said, and I quote, "Among the Sudanese, both Sudan and South Sudan, over the years that we've worked with them, what they have been saying is that they need President Bashir there in order to get him to help them achieve peace. That is what the Sudanese have been saying to us. People who are required to achieve peace, to end wars, to end conflicts, you can't take that person away and say in the interests of justice that we're going to take him away. That's the quote from President Mbeki as head of the AU High-Level Implementation Panel. The issue is not around whether we support genocide or we don't, and all these heckles about the support for genocide is missing the point, and in fact missing what Mr. Self said earlier. But Honourable Maimane and the DA care more about the United States of America and Britain than they do about Africa and the African Union. On the issue of diplomatic immunity, it's bitterly ironic, and Honourable Gordy made this comment, that less than a week after South Africa was criticised to the high heavens for claiming that President al-Bashir had immunity as a sitting head of state, that the United Kingdom gave full diplomatic immunity to the former Israeli Foreign Minister, Zipsi Livni, also accused of war crimes, to attend an event in her private capacity. And barely a word was said about it, both in the United Kingdom or internationally. Definitely not Honourable Maimane and the Washington Post. Now, I'm not justifying the granting of diplomatic immunity, but I'm raising this example to show the hypocrisy of the DA and its supporters, the Afro-pessimists who cannot believe a black government can do anything right. The Times, that's our South African The Times and not the international one, reported on a seminar I attended where one of the speakers stated that South Africa would become a rogue state if it refused to arrest persons accused of war crimes. The speaker would not respond as to whether he regarded Britain as a rogue state for granting immunity to Livni. The Times, in reporting the matter, claimed he'd said South Africa was in fact becoming a rogue state, which is not what he said. This is a serious allegation, and when I wrote an article correcting this, they refused to publish it. That's the Times. That's the freedom of press for some people. But this debate is not about Sudan or even Africa. It's about headlines and more media coverage for the Honourable Maimane. Honourable Maimane is a hollow man presiding over a hollow party. A party which, as the Business Day calls, is just all bright lights and hashtags. And to quote the Business Day, but when it comes to the bottom line, and Business Day is not exactly an ANC-supporting newspaper, but they write, when it comes to the bottom line, the actual ideas and policies that will make or break it in government, the pantry is bare. Not a thing, just a promise of something to come, sometime, somewhere, somehow. A hollow man presiding over a hollow party devoid of substance. The Honourable Maimane is, as the poem The Hollow Men by T.S. Eliot says, shape without form, paralysed force, gesture without motion. In his draft resolution, the Honourable Maimane speaks of constitutional duties to uphold the law and the Constitution, but how well does he know the Constitution? In the statement issued by the DA on the 4th of August, it says, and I quote, the DA will move to have the motion debated in the House, whereupon a vote by a third of the House will be required to establish an ad hoc committee to investigate the impeachment charge. That's from your statement, Mr. Steenhuisen. Read your statement on your website. Now, excuse me, you can't count, because nowhere in the Constitution or the rules does it state that the House may pass a resolution by a one-third support. The only place in the Constitution that refers to one-third is Section 80, and that has nothing to do with today's motion. The DA knows shockingly little about the Constitution or the rules of this House. On the 29th of June this year, the DA released a press statement in which the Honourable Maimane said, and I quote, that when Parliament reconvenes in August, we will be presenting the Marikana Victims' Compensation Special Appropriation Bill to the Minister of Finance. A bill that appropriates money as a money bill. In terms of Section 73(2), only the Minister of Finance may introduce a money bill into the National Assembly. The Honourable Maimane is not the Minister of Finance. But anyway, maybe it made good headlines. And as for his August deadline, August has come and August has gone, and the DA has produced nothing. But all of this is probably not surprising, given that the Leader of the Opposition was fast-tracked into the limelight by Helen Zille and has little over a year's experience in Parliament. And how does the Honourable Maimane uphold the Constitution? During a 2014 sermon he referred to gay people and Muslims as sinners. Now, the Constitution explicitly guarantees the right to freedom of religion, as well as the right not to be discriminated against on the basis of sexual orientation. But the Honourable Maimane clearly sees himself above the Constitution. And it gets worse. In his televised debates against the Honourable Wilmot James, he said that he would accept a public referendum on same-sex marriages. In other words, let the public decide the issue, despite the Constitution guaranteeing that right and the Constitutional Court ruling that same-sex couples have the right to marry. Honourable Maimane, the Bill of Rights in our Constitution is there to protect the vulnerable and the disempowered from the vagaries of popular opinion. It's called Know Your Constitution 101. So you are a hollow man, presiding over a hollow party, making empty promises with the sole aim of grabbing headlines. Chairperson, the motion and the establishment of this ad hoc committee is yet another DA pipe dream, another empty promise, another empty DA headline. There's not an iota of substance to it. Let us spend our time in this House dealing with the real issues affecting the people of South Africa, and I thank you.
Order, honourable members. Order, honourable members. Order. Order, honourable members. I now call upon the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition. No. Honourable Maimane, will you just take your seat, please? Honourable member, will you take your seat? Honourable members, let's not boo in the House. That is unparliamentary, and it shouldn't be done. Really, we are not at a stadium outside Parliament. Continue, Honourable Maimane.
These are indeed desperate times when deputy ministers arrive to sing for their supper, so desperately so. But the issue has got nothing to do in some ways with Bashir. It's got everything to do with the fact that your cabinet, your president, broke the law of the Republic of South Africa. That's what our courts say. But here's the tragedy. The second issue is the fact that President Nelson Mandela, even though he may have disagreed with the courts, accepted the ruling of the court. What does your president do? He runs away from all responsibilities. Thirdly, this speaks to the fact that even your documents, the ANC's documents, say the following things. Minister John Jeffries, it says this.
Order, honourable members.
We have a general impression of systematic corruption, ranging from unsavory developments in state-owned enterprises, strange machinations within the security and tax authorities. They further say that the ANC has the failure to account to relevant constitutional bodies, such as the Public Protector and the judiciary. Your documents, not mine. And so ultimately, here's what you say to the people of this country, is that when it's politically expedient for you, you will turn a blind eye to someone who will destroy African lives. You will allow Africans to die because black lives stop mattering to you. So, ladies and gentlemen, honourable members.
Continue, Honourable Maimane.
I move this motion for the establishment of the committee, for clearly President Zuma is unfit to hold office. I so move. Thank you, Chairperson.
Chairperson.
Yes, honourable member.
Just a bit confused. I mean, this is not an impeachment motion. It's a motion to establish an ad hoc committee.
What is your point of order, Honourable Deputy Minister?
Honourable Maimane is calling for impeachment, but that's not what his motion says.
Honourable members, we've been discussing...
House Chairperson.
We've been discussing the motion on the order paper. Yes, honourable member.
I'd like to address you in terms of Chapter 3 of the rules, if I may, House Chairperson. Chapter 3 deals with the election of office bearers in this Parliament, House Chairperson. And it talks about the Speaker, it talks about the 3 chairpersons, but I'm battling to find where it deals with the head boy, because clearly John Jeffrey thinks he's the
Honourable
head boy.
Member,
of
that's
Parliament.
not a point of order. Order, honourable members. Order. Honourable members. Order. Order, honourable members. The debate on this motion has been concluded. Order. I now put the motion. Are there any objections? There are objections. I'll thus put the question.
Chairperson.
Yes, honourable member.
Wanted to move an amendment to the motion as the EFF. Can I proceed and do so? So those of you who have got the other paper, you must read from the blue paper. Okay. The proposal of the EFF is that in the draft resolution of the leader of the opposition, the DA, we must keep, under number 1, must keep A to C, but under number C, it must be section 83 of the Constitution A to section 83C. That we must altogether remove D. Then under number 2, we should completely remove A to D and replace with the following. That an ad hoc committee should be established to inquire the capacity of the president to hold office in light of the massacre of mine workers in Marikana by his administration. 2, for allowing wasteful and irregular expenditure in his home to continue despite the constitutional obligation to jealously guard against wasteful expenditure of government resources. 3, his failure to censure his members of the executive from making disparaging remarks about the judiciary. Number 4, for dismally failing to understand and provide lasting solutions to the economic crisis that is confronting South Africa and leading to job losses, poverty, and massive suffering. Number 5, for voting with imperialists in the murder of Colonel Muammar Gaddafi and abandoning the African agenda for political expedience. Number 6, for failing to provide lasting solutions to the financial exclusions of students in institutions of higher learning. And lastly, for disrespecting the remedial action of the public protector that he should pay back the money that was used for the illegal construction of his residence in Kandla. And then we propose that section G should be changed to say that the chairperson of the committee, the ad hoc committee established, shall be a member of parliament who does not come from the political party of the president. And then the constitution of the committee should be as per Rule 124 of the rules book that says it's going to be ANC 6, DA 3, EFF 1, and other parties 1. But the principle is that such a committee should be chaired by a member of parliament who does not come from the ruling party. That is the amendment that we're moving on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honourable member. There's an amendment that has been moved by the honourable member. Honourable Mulder.
Well, Chairperson, although the EFF obviously has the right to move an amendment, I would suggest that it's not an amendment, it's a different new motion. And they're entitled to bring that motion, and then we have to debate it, but it's not an amendment of the current motion.
Honourable Steenhuisen.
Yeah, Chairperson, thank you. And we'd need some guidance from you in this matter, because as you would be aware, this is the first time that we've debated a motion in terms of Section 89 of the Constitution in the House, and our rules are silent on it. We've been provided subsequently for Rule 102, which is a motion no confidence, but this is the first time. So Rule 89, Section 89 of the Constitution is quite specific. It says, and I quote from the end of it, may remove the president from office only on the grounds of, and it lists it very narrowly there, A, a serious violation of the constitutional law, B, serious misconduct, or C, inability to perform the function of office. So you have to make a substantive case to bring a motion in terms of Section 89. We chose to do that in terms of the al-Bashir matter because in our viewpoint, in our political viewpoint, has been shared in the debate, we believe there was a violation of the law of the Republic and of the Constitution and the President's oath of office. So I would submit to you that a motion brought in terms of the wide range, and I certainly agree that the President has shortcomings in many of those, but I think it would render us in constitutional difficulty if we're to bring a motion of that general nature when we actually haven't substantiated it during the debate in terms of Section 89 today. So I seek your guidance, Chair.
The Honourable Shavambu.
We've got lots of teaching to do here. The Constitution, Section 89 of the Constitution, provides for 3 grounds upon which a sitting president can be removed. 1 is serious violation of the Constitution and the rule of law. 2 is serious misconduct. 3 is inability to perform the functions of office. And holistically, all the issues that we have highlighted here is violation of the Constitution, is inability to perform the functions of the office, but also they amount to serious misconduct. So instead of focusing narrowly on the issue of al-Bashir, let us also holistically look into the suitability of a sitting president to continue holding office.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Let us constitute an ad hoc committee. That is the amendment that we're moving, and I think the ANC will agree to establish this committee because they want to get rid of him as well.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable members, we will do the following. I've applied my mind to the matter, and I will put the amendment first. I now put the amendment. Are there any objections to the amendment as moved by the Honourable Shavambu? There's objections. I now put the question. Those in favour will say aye. And those against will say no. I think the noes have it.
We'll call for division.
A division having been called for, the bells will be rung for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Honorable members, will you take up your allocated seats, please? Order, honorable members. I would like to remind members that they may only vote from their allocated seats, and when requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, or abstain signs. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed. The question before the House is that the amendment to the motion as moved by the Leader of the Opposition be agreed to. Are all members in their allocated seats? I said the amendment to the motion as originally moved by the Leader of the Opposition. Right? So we're voting on the amendment as moved by the EFF. Everybody with me now? Thank you. Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the motion should press the yes button. Those against should press the no button. And those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is now closed. Order, honorable members. Order. Order. The result of the division is as follows. Those in favor of the amendment, 17, and those against, 310. There's one abstention. The amendment is therefore not agreed to. Honorable members, I now put the original motion as it appears on the order paper. Are there any objections? Yes. I now put the question. Those in favor of the original motion as put on the order paper will say aye. Aye. And those against will say no. No. I think the noes have it.
House Chairperson, it seemed very close to me. We'd like to have a division. Thanks.
A division having been called for, the bells will be rung for 1 minute. Order, honorable members. Order. Honorable members, order. You are reminded that you may only vote from your allocated seat. Order. And when requested to do so, you must indicate your vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, or abstain signs. Order, honorable members. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed. The question before the House is that the motion as moved by the Leader of the Opposition be agreed to. Are all members in the allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the motion should press the yes button. Those against should press the no button. And those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting session is now closed. Order, honorable members, order. The result of the division is as follows. Those in favor 100, those against 211, there are 17 abstentions, and the motion as it appears on the order paper under the name of the leader of the opposition is thus rejected. That concludes the business for the day, and the House is adjourned.